Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your company. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV, as show again where we are exploring a specific subject on the political front. And today we are looking at the two front runners in the elections, that is 2022 presidential elections. It's been said is a two-horse race. Two horses is RUTO and one RAILA ODINga. Now, the economic policy and fighting corruption, who offers the best solution and why? That is what we are looking at from wherever you are around the world. Please join using the link in the comments and let's talk. Let's keep talking. It is important that we appreciate that nothing for us without us. Whatever Kenya offers us, we need to be part and parcel of the same. We would not want to have a country that everything happens without our knowledge. Then we are invited into consuming whatever that is prepared. It is our civic duty to interrogate and ask right questions so that we demand right answers for the betterment of this great country. So wherever you are, join us, come into the studio, let us discuss. It is important and nobody should be locked out of this. Who is offering us the best solution to our economic problems as well as fight against corruption? Bashir, vipi? Unmute and talk.
Yes.
Haya, habari ya jioni.
Salama sana boss. Bado sijafunga kazi, nimefanya sasa hivi ndio nione kwanza tu.
Okay, sawa sawa.
Niko kazini kidogo, niko kwa Masfai kwa software engineering, tujafunga bado. But natoka hizi tu alafu maybe nifike kwa nyumba kama utakuwa bado uko live ndio ndaingia tena.
Sawa sawa, tuko mpaka late, so you can join whatever time.
Okay, thank you sir.
Thank you, enjoy yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we appreciate those of you joining us. Wekesa M. Eric joining from Zimbabwe. Welcome to the show. This is Apto Elate. He say Uda all the way. Tan Kisha, Peter Kanambo Mujam, Uda to the world. Let's keep joining. Let's keep talking. Let us ensure that let us ensure that we are following closely and providing solution, not becoming part of the problem, but part of the solution. Silvano Kamanik Mwenyewe, he says, it seems this TV always is being ruined by Raila Odinga supporter. You're entitled to your opinion. You are welcome to the show and give you a contrary opinion if you so wish. NA, how are you? NA, we can't hear you. You are very far. Move closer to the mic. Oh, Samson, how are you? Samson Odhiambo, are you able to get me? check your audio. Check your audio. Make sure that you allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio. Thank you. Mala, how are you?
I'm okay, Bernard.
Yes, habari ya kwanza murisiki hujanitumia.
Which mursik bwana?
Yaani wewe.
Siku hizi tunakula omena siku hizi.
Omena hapana saa hii. Murisiki ndio inakia kwa alafu tunaongea.
We'll arrange.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Haya, tuambie hii maneno ya economic policy ya UDA. I know you are a UDA guy.
Of course.
Inasaidia Kenya vipi?
Hey, this will revolutionize everything in Kenya. It's going to change so many things, eh? Yeah, because now the Mama Mboka and the person down there would benefit. You see the issue of giving money. You know, you give directors KPA, Kenya Airport Authority. You see, like one of the directors, Awondo, ni mtu wa Uhuru. Pesa ikipotea huko Kenya Airways, the government normally pump in billions of shillings to make sure that the airline doesn't go down. You see bumping in like 30 billion, 5 billion. Kenya Meat, a lot of money, maybe 400 million, because of the corrupt directors and the board. So that money now will be channeled to the small man down there. Of course, comparing with the 6,000 shillings, this man is promising the Baba. I don't think that is going to be sustainable. If you look at what's happening now, the e-pesa ya wase, 2,000, it has not worked, and it will not work. Mara pesa iko, mara pesa hakuna. On the issue of corruption, even before you talk about corruption, I think this man, you know, people believe that Raila is Mr. Clean. Hii pesa ya kazi kwa vijana, when he was in the government as a prime minister, he should tell us. Hiyo mambo ya mahindi na hii pesa iliingia kwa akaunti ya kijana yake. Unasikia bibi ya Ida Odinga anapikana na bibi ya kijana ya Raila Odinga because of the ile pesa ya mahindi iliingia kwa account ya kijana. You know, kijana he was using nini ya kijana. Now the Ethiopian lady amekatana hiyo pesa, billions in the account, my brother. The issue of molasses and many others. We understand even this cancer thing is inside. So some of these things we are talking about corruption. Raila Odinga is not clean. I know you are the diehard of the guy, but we have the facts. We are going to
have a problem with you claiming.
No. Just when your mother, I'm talking. It's my time.
Just give me evidence.
Evidence will give you the evidence. If you want the evidence, you create for me a day like tomorrow, and I'm going to table all the evidence, my brother.
No, today was the day for tabling evidence.
You could have told me. I would have produced and share. I'll even scan and send them to you. It's not a problem.
When you sign out to go and bring me that evidence, we are here until 2 a.m.
Yes. I will give you the evidence. I will give you the evidence. And even more evidence, more damning corruption evidence against Raila Odinga.
I'll be waiting.
Yes.
Continue with your submission. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, those of you that are joining from the comment section. Please, let's use the link, get into the studio and make your claims, and make sure that you back up your claims with some form of evidence. Don't just give sweeping statements I think we should be here as part of the solution, not part of the problem. Thank you. Captain Tisa, wewe hauko ready kwa screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me find some comments here. Kyokolo Musioka Justus says Raila can do better than this bottom-up whatever. Oscarono says Uda Milele. We have Fred Ochieng says UDA. Bijay Ariko. Is it Ariko? Yes. He says Raila offered the real and achievable Wiley Officadi Dying Association offers looting spree and money laundry UDA objectives. Wow. Let's mind our languages. UDA all the way. That is Paul Macharia, Chege Ken, UDA Tosha, Joseph Sirma. Joseph Sirma, I think that's right. UDA. Chege say UDA ndio form. Edu Ogol says Baba Tosha. Huyu Mala Akosawa, that is Rebi Jeru. We have Tobias JTZ says Mala, can you table the evidence we see? Those are lies from Hustler Men. Okay, we have PG Games say ikifika Raila pasta anataka evidence. Hey. Na ikifika nani mwingine ambaye siulizenge evidence. Wacha kuniingilia na wewe PG. Wewe ni mteja wetu. Tukae kwa amani. Alisema kwani wewe ndio uko na evidence? Evidence zipo, hata sio mimi, ni koti ilitoa evidence na ikatoa ruling kuhusu masuala ya corruption. So hata sio mimi. Angie, my own sister, how are you? I am fine, good to see you. George 1 says, or George I says, sometimes you guys should share your comments here. Well, we will do our best. We'll do our best. Okay. And then we have Leminique. Okay, says Raila Tosha, UDA all the way. Well, guys, let us get into the studio and voice out our views on this very important subject, matters economic policy and war on corruption. I believe these are the two major issues that will determine the 2022 elections. We cannot fold our hands and wish them away. We must roll our sleeves and be able to channel the way forward no matter what. Well. Oh, Captain Tisa, how are you?
I'm fine, but I'm now ready.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now lead us into this.
Today I think I'm very lucky. There are no, hakuna jam.
Jam inakuja.
I saw you today in town. Anyway,
serious.
we'll talk about it later. Now, bro,
Yes.
You're talking about economic policy and fighting corruption. So who offers the best solution? First, let's not pretend Tanga or UDA does not have any economic policy in the first place. They don't have any, bro. Because I've listened even to Mala. I thought Mala could speak on for them, but Mala seems to be living somewhere far away from where Tanga is living. Because if you are saying that each and every Mamboga will be given money, yet Ruto is saying that each and every financial year they'll be giving, I think, something to do with 100 million to each and every constituency. Let's take, for instance, my constituency where I'm coming from. Assume that we are we are 100,000 people. So how do you share this 100 million? Because that is basically what they are talking about. So the truth of the matter is that these guys don't have any any economic policy they can be able to sell to us. What they are saying, and I know they don't want to say, is that they have got propaganda policy on how to actually doing Kenyans into believing that they can offer anything, yet they can offer nothing. Mala is saying that he has evidence against Guambo. Let me tell you, you have chased Mala away by telling him to bring evidence, my brother. I don't think he'll come back again, because this is the same question we have been asking Mala. Please bring evidence. You know, he will come back and give you some stories by gazette, by the newspaper. He will not give you evidence. No, it is my time, Mala. Give me time. Let me talk.
Mala, hold your horses. You will submit when you're through.
Yes, when you ask them to give you evidence, they will not give you evidence, because let's face it, Raila Odinga has actually had very bad rapport with the government. Fact that if it is true that Raila Odinga was involved in any scandal, Raila Odinga would have been taken to court long time ago. Because even in 2017, the government was looking for anything to pin him down. So if it is true that the guy stole some money or got involved in some corruption, in some scandals, I cannot tell you that the government would have done what they could do to bring this guy to book, but they didn't. All you are hearing about Mala Water Note are allegations. But I have told Mala and those who are supporting UDA time without number that we have evidence that the guy they're supporting is corrupt. The court here in Kenya found Ruto guilty of grabbing a land belonging to Muteshi. It was a court, not a gazette, not bloggers. The way Mala is a blogger talking about evidence, not bloggers, a court of law found the guy guilty. That is corruption. Article chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution is talking about leadership and integrity. In a serious and functioning democracy, Ruto does not qualify to hold any office because the court had already found him guilty. That aside, Ruto admitted on a national television, not international, CNN, when he was being interviewed by Zaka, he said he acquired Western land illegally. That is corruption. He admitted. So you get this point. This is one person who has even said that corruption cannot stop one from running a government because he's used to it. So we are talking about evidence as given by court, not evidence as given by Dennis Itumbi and his assistant propagandist Mala. So we should actually distinguish this. You see, lastly, I want us to have a clean politics where at the end of the day, Mala can convince me to cross over and support UDA based on the agenda and based on fact. You will never hear anybody supporting Baba propagating lies against Ruto. You will never. When we say he's a thief, we give evidence. When we say he's a liar, we give evidence. Because of course he has lied. Today in the evening, I was reading where he promised in 2013, 13, 14, 15, that Jubilee would actually import tractors, tinga, so that women would not use jembes to weed their shambas. We are still waiting for that. A lie. So
okay, Captain, thank you. Network yako imejam. Mala uko wapi? Hebu jibu maswali. Mala jidete, umejificha? Okay, Davis Obara, how are you? Oh.
Hey, give me 1 minute, Bernard. Give me 1 minute. I'll come back to answer those questions.
Sawa Mala, sawa. Captain, you are hanged. Okay. Davis Obara, unmute. Unmute, then speak. Okay. I think Davis is having some challenges. Rupi, Avivi.
Poa bwana Bernard.
Siku mingi umejificha wapi? Unakula umenaa peke yako?
No, unajua ni kazi tu, saa zingine mnaingia late kama nimeshalala. But today is good, mmekuja mapema. I can see the
keeping time.
Yeah, it's good to start early because some of us, at by 10 we are dozing off.
Sawa,
to
sawa,
go to the
karibu. Mada leo ndio hiyo.
mada nimeona as per economic policy and fighting corruption. I think for the person who selected this topic, I think he's against Tanga. It is
Why?
It is
Why
clear
do you
that
say so?
because you actually selected a topic that does not favor Tanga. That's why I'm saying so. If you look at economic policy and fighting corruption, let me start with the fighting corruption. William Ruto does not believe in war against corruption. He cannot champion it. He cannot even think about doing that because actually he has ill-gotten wealth, proceeds from corruption and shady deals that he needs to protect. So he cannot fight his way of gaining wealth and power. And he has done this over the years since he became deputy president. Remember, he was the one who was running the government during the first term. He was very powerful. Now I connect that to economic change, and I also say that he cannot actually bring any economic change because Ruto is on record promising growth of economy by double digits and not telling us how he is going to achieve this double digits. The same way he's coming up with a COI, sort of, that is there's a model, which is not in the first place, not a model, that is going to empower from bottom going upwards. I think by the term bottom up, they get it right. But what is required to be done, they don't understand. It is not clear how the bottom up will be achieved. And if I can compare it with the RAILA's agenda of social protection fund and growing the economy, if RAILA talks, you hear of industrialization and you hear of curbing corruption, which we are not getting from the Tanga side. So if you even follow what
okay, Ruben has dropped off. Hope he comes back. Ruben, how are you? Ruben.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Oh, welcome to the show.
Tonight I've got some little challenges. Please allow me to correct some 1, 2, 3 things, then I'll be back after. Thank you.
Go ahead. You are mute. You're mute. Unmute, Kwanza.
Yes, I mean, I've got some few technical problems here. Let me deal with them, then I'll come back later, please.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. WG, how are you? WG. Are you guys packing and disappearing? Chiripia, how are you?
Bernard, allow me some few minutes. I'm coming.
Okay. Chiripius, how are you? Oh my God. Okay, let me get some comments from those on the other side of the screen. And if you're joining, the link is right in the comments. Find the link, click on it. Make sure you give StreamYard the control of your camera and audio, and you get into the studio without problems. It is important that you do that so that you won't be bad. If your gadget is not well constituted, it will not go through. Thank you so much. Rosemary says, Baba, 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 Tosha, God willing. Ribai Jeruse Ruto atawanyorosha. Haya. Nicholas Rono says UDA. Alan Onyando, ndani, of course, Ruto ndani ya kamiti. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. We appreciate all of you that are joining us. Please make sure that you keep right here and invite somebody to watch with you. Don't watch alone. Don't follow the show alone. Invite somebody to watch. Say, wait, how are you? Wewe uko gizani vipi? Stephen Sewe, how are you? Unmute and speak, please. Davis Obare, welcome back. Unmute and speak. Just unmute once and you speak. There, that's okay. Go ahead now. You can now speak. Davis, are you able to get me? Oh God, there are technical issues. I trust all will be well. Kenneth Oduor.
Yes, Bernard, I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine. Welcome to the show. Give us your views on this matter.
Let me listen first so that I'll be able to contribute, can you?
Okay, okay. It seems we are the two of us who are talking, so we'll listen to each other. All the same. Davis? Davis, we can't hear what you're saying. Speak up. Oh my God. Okay, let's get some comments as we wait more people to join into the studio. Waiting for Ndeto and Mwango with their bottom up. Magi Orina, We are also waiting for them here eagerly. Let them bring their evidence to all their claims. We are ready. Daisy Wekesa Kumbe, you know who is the corrupt, or rather the thief. Your guess is as good as mine. Leave it there. Silvano says, well, this is a Ruto, the only pharaoh of this century. That's Samuel Odhiambo. Wheezy, Ruto must go. Rosemary. Interesting, guys. Let's keep joining. Let's ensure that we are following closely and providing solutions. It is our business to see to it that we chart the way forward for this country, that will give this country a future that can be relied upon. We cannot sit on the fence anymore. It is time to make up our mind and see to it that we fix whatever that is wrong, so that going forward, we have a nation that we will be proud of, and our children will be proud that we constituted for them a nation that was worthy the sweat, the sacrifices, and the input we have made. So wherever you are around the world, we are not just here for our political parties or for whoever we support. We're here for a better Kenya. And that better Kenya will cause each one of us to ask right questions so that we get right answers and be able to deliver this nation once and for all. WG, I believe you are ready now.
Yes, somehow, Bernard. Apparently, today you've got us unaware. This is so early. That's why you see.
You didn't get the notification. This show was advertised at noon.
We are used to getting in at 11 or midnight, you know. But that's the reason why.
We are free to. We're running all the way to 2 a.m.
Yeah, and so, I think this is a better way to do it. Maybe if we can dedicate maybe Saturday evenings for the same, and it begins early, that would give us a good time, to engage exclusively. Yeah, so maybe I can just share a little I have, because we had not prepared so much well. But I believe with this time, we may find some more time later on. So I want to delve a little bit into economy. I hope you're hearing me.
Continue. You're good.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah. So this is like Rupia just put it. It is something that I really doubt if the likes of Akina Mwala will rush here to engage in, because actually the points will be very minimal on their side. The reason why I'm saying that, Ruto only has one economic agenda, and that is known by everyone. That is the bottom up, and he has only one target group, which is the mamambogas and the lowly down there. So there was a gentleman here who called one time from, I think he was in States, and he was asking, how about people who've acquired their degrees and they are staying, keeping them in boxes? What agenda is Ruto, telling them? Ruto is mum about that. And he's also mum about so many other, groups and people with interest, like the youth. That's the reason why when he's actively in his campaign, you find a lot of noises going on while they speak. Number two, they have a lot of time to talk about their opponents. a group which has their hands full will hardly have time to talk about opponents, beginning with political leaders to government officials, to every other thing that takes place, on a daily basis. If a politician says this, tomorrow they are with them. That is definitely a group that is looking for something to keep it busy or to keep it talking. Otherwise, without those other side shows, they will remain without any tangible, preoccupation to engage their listeners. On the other hand, in Raila's group, Raila's team, this old man is so much with ideas that he lacks time to exclusively express his agenda. He talks and he engages fully, and you would find that some of the things that he's engaged with in one particular campaign spot, he's going to change. He will talk about some other things again in order for him to actually put forth his whatever he has. And when he is talking, and if the audience want to cheer up and applaud him, he will always ask them to keep quiet and silent so that they can absorb what he is telling them. This is a serious person. This is a serious person that has plans to run the country, and contrary to the other opposing team, which just want to find themselves in that house, the White House, the State House. It doesn't matter how they reach there, they want to find themselves there. And immediately after finding themselves there, they will begin churning a new way of governing this country. Now, coming back to Raila, I think he is promising so much. He is promising so much. And I only hope that whatever he's saying, he's taking them very seriously. Because even today I was listening to him in Trans Nzoia. He was really promising people things and raising the expectations of already expectant Kenyans. The only thing is he must, apart from introducing those things that he has been promising, there are big things that he needs to conquer first. Number one, I need to see Raila talk about how he is going to tackle these runaway debts that is bedeviling the country. I have never heard him tackling it, very constructively. We would want to hear him doing that. Number two, there's been a lot of indiscipline in the current government, especially with a devolved government, huku mashinani. We need to hear about their policies, because actually, Bernard, what is lacking today, even with the kind of arrangement we have today, is not even resources. The little resources we have, if it can be put to better use and not be, devoured by the devolved corruption with a devolved government actors, I think that area, if someone can restructure it and bring in some discipline, can really, even with the level at which we are, without even adding the budget to 30%, it can really work well with us. So Raila Odinga has a lot of you know, he is serious. When you compare between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, you find that he is the one who is engaging people seriously and is prepared with the doses that this country deserve. Thank you for now.
Okay, thank you, WG. I hope there's no question on that one. Go to Ruben. I hope I've sorted out your technical stuff.
Thank you very much, fellow panelist, Mr. Bernard.
Karibu.
Ninaona leo tunazungumza, asante, kuhusu DP Ruto versus Raila Odinga, the economic policy and fighting corruption. I think I have got very few things to say here today concerning this topic. Kitu cha kwanza ni mambo yanayohusu William Ruto na uchumi. One, sijui kama mtani correct. I think I will be corrected by these great guys like them, but there and others, where this bottom-up economics have ever worked or how it operates, because I really don't know. For William Ruto, throughout his life, tukitaka kusema ukweli, mimi huwa napenda kusimama on pedestal of truth throughout, no matter what. Mambo ya William Ruto throughout inakuanga ni class war, nothing else. Hizo vitu zingine ni smoke screen tu ya kusema bottom up, sijui what, bottom up, bottom down, all those, lakini yake yote ni class war. Alikuja na stories za Aslavas dynasty, akaona itamkula mahali because yeye ni deputy president, akaona ataweka watoto wake mahali hata watakuja kuitwa dynasties later. Jamaa ndio huyo. 1992 alikuwa tu mambo ya status quo, class war. Even at that time alikuwa anapigana na anti-change against the status quo. 2002 the same thing, it was all about class war. Na saa hizi it is the same thing. So kulingana na mimi sina anything ya kusema about our deputy president William Ruto, na si ati kuna chuki ama chochote, kwa sababu hii policy ya economic policy yake ya bottom up ilikuja ikiwa imetarget the youth, mostly wale ambao deliberately wamewafanya wakuwe less informed, na mama mboga ambao wamewafanya wakuwe less informed. Wanadanganywa ya kwamba they will form the government. The way they will form the government ndio mpaka saa hii
Sorry, it's like Ruben has. Ruben, are you back? Sorry, Ruben, you need to work on your internet. Okay, Temba, karibu.
Yes sir, habari gani?
Salama, vipi huko?
Iko salama, naona mmewasili leo, mmetuletea mjadala ambao kwa kweli tumeongoja kwa muda.
Bas, tusonge mbele.
Tungependa sana wale ambao wanaopigia debe huu mfumo wa chini juu waje hapa watuelezee kwa kina, ili tuweze kuelewa huu mswada ama hii fumbo ya economy ambayo inaitwa bottom up ina utofauti gani, na wale ambao wanaisema kwa muda wako na sifa zipi ambazo zitawafanya waweze kuendeleza huo mfumo, na pia waweze kutuambia kwamba ina utofauti gani na mfumo ambao tuko nao sasa ambao katika katiba ya 2010 ambao ulitupatia serikali mbili, serikali kuu na pia serikali ya county. It's a good thing that we are trying to understand the economic model, and I would have wished that these people would come in and tell us what all this is all about, especially the policy that they think about the bottom up. Now, if you look at their assertions, what they have tried to tell us quite a number of times, without counting, they have talked about, I don't know, China. They have talked about the countries that, in their own view, has implemented the so-called bottom-up. But Bernard and the rest, I want to say that in essence, there's nothing new they're trying to bring to us, because they're trying to repeat the same thing, just giving them a different name. You know, you can strive to sound different and to sound like you have actually brought in some very radical change, and they're calling it revolutionary idea, which is not necessarily revolutionary at all. The same things that the constitution that we had in session paper number 10 that was drawn by Tom Mboya, what things they are trying to bring out are the same things that were trying to be brought out by then. Unakumbuka tuliambiwa ya kwamba kuna vita tatu, vita ya ujinga, ugonjwa na umaskini. You know, that's essentially what the opposition has been trying for a long time to agitate for, you know. So this thing they're calling economic revolution is just a good word and rhetoric that cannot hold any water. If you ask them, okay, what is this you're calling bottom up? And they're saying that nitaenda kwa mtu wa chini. Kuna swali moja nimeuliza. Huyu mtu wa chini, is it therefore to say every mama mboga ni mtu wa chini? You know? You know, there's a farmer in the village anapanda mboga. Ako na shamba eka 3, eka 2. Huyo ni mtu wa chini. Ama mtu wa bodaboda. Mtu wa bodaboda ni mtu wa chini. That is not true. If you can afford a bodaboda, wewe si mtu wa chini. Because most of those bodabodas are actually bought by some of these mabolinye wameenda wenyewe wamenunua hizi bodabodas, ndio wameenda wameajiri watu. Sasa unapoenda kusema nitapatia mtu wa bodaboda, unaenda kupatia yule mwenye kuendesha bodaboda ama mwenye bodaboda, you know? So kuna a lot of contradictions kwa zile vitu ambazo wanatuambia with this the economic policy. And if right now already the example that the camp that Dr. William Samuel Ruto has shown is that there will be no structures. Because if you are going to every county or every meeting and you are suggesting that you are trying to give them empowerment, and you are giving 1 million to certain people to go and divide amongst themselves, how is that money? What is the follow-up? How are you following up if that money is actually going to the right place? How is it being pumped back into the economy? So I find that as a little, first of all, dishonest. And there's no way you can come in, the promises you had given, which are quite a number, that you haven't fulfilled them yet, and you want to revolutionize to bring other promises. That is already by itself not genuine, you know. Now, Raila's economic policy that he's trying to bring, he's trying to, first of all, remember, he's lifting families. Now, families, the 6,000 that Raila is talking about, is going to be given to a family that no member of that family is getting any salary. So these families are going to be mapped out. And this happens the world over, where even in the US during the pandemic, families were given some stimulus. to keep them going, you know. So this family is given 6,000 for that month because nobody in that family is earning. And then once someone gets into employment, because if you're given 6,000 this month, doesn't mean that next month you won't have gotten somewhere to work. So as soon as you start working and that family, people start earning, that person falls off the program. All right. So you can't tell me that you'll have these families. I mean, you can, for 1 year, you won't be, no member of that family will be working. You know, there's no way for 1 year, that family, all of them will be getting 6,000 and no member will be getting will have been paid somewhere. Because in the same sense, Raila is saying there's the idea of fighting corruption. Ruto has not talked about fighting corruption anywhere. He's not talked about it even once, you know. That is because he's not morally, he has no moral authority to talk about corruption, you know. So what happens? Raila said that there's money that is lost in corruption, like he knows, and it has been reported many times, time without a number, where people ran away with certain money. And Raila said, I'm going to seal those loopholes. So that money is going to be reinvested into the industry, into the economy, to create the jobs and factories that now will employ people. We don't need handouts. You don't need to be told that you form circles, and then those circles, we are going to give you money. That in itself is a lie. You can read the circle acts, the cooperative acts. You know, circles work this way. You come together in your investment, the money that you put together, you increase whatever fund base that you have, and then that is what you use to get any loans. So these people of Boda, how are you going to be told that now you'll be in circles, then I'll give you money? From where? From where is he going to give that money? And then, okay, fine, he has come. He has given you that money. What is the mechanism of getting that money back? You know, what is the mechanism? And once you get that money back, now, when Ruto comes in with that thing, he says that you guys are going to be paying tax. So that means he's still going to be taxing people who are not making money. And you see, assuming Bernard, where you are staying, everybody has taken the Boda work. Who is going to carry who? And how much are you going to be earning to pay back? It doesn't make sense. When you have 100 people, you know the market, the way it works, you know, supply and demand. If you have quite a number of supply, even the amount you charge, I mean, if there's excess supply and less demand, the amount you charge is low. So that means if you have too many Boda people and there are few riders, then even those people will not be making money. So you see, the things that he's trying to propose and he's trying to bring across to someone who is watching at a go, maybe they think it's making some revolutionary idea. It doesn't. The best thing that we have right now is the devolution constitution that we have. We have the national government. We have the county government. The county government is strengthened and they focus on the vitego uchumi ambazo ziko kwa county. We have like Turkana has oil. We have different counties that have different economic activities that they can focus on. You know, and then when the counties focus on whatever it is vitego uchumi wako nao, kama ni mali kuna mashamba, wanakuwa ni hao ni watu wa kutengeza mahindi, wanauza kwa counties zingine, wanatengeza hela. There's titanium in Taita and there's several things in different places. Now, when those counties work strongly and now from whatever they are giving, they take to the government certain amount they are given, that is what they use to develop the counties and even its citizens. So this issue of Ruto telling us that he's coming in with a revolutionary idea, I don't think it's genuine. Maybe that's what I can say for now. And then as the debate continues, probably we'll chime in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Temba. That is more elaborate. I believe everybody's getting it loud and clear. Thank you, those of you that are joining. Let's go straight to Inawezekana.
Yes, how are you guys, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Temba, and the rest? How is your evening, morning, and afternoon?
We are great.
Okay.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you guys for giving me once again this opportunity to speak. And I like this topic of today. It's talking about the economic policies that the top two presidential candidates are going to present to Kenyans. Okay, I don't have too much to say, but reflecting on what Mr. Themba has said, actually ni kama amesema mambo yote of which I was planning to say, especially on this last point that he has talked about the devolved government. You know, Mr. Odinga, to me, he understands the devolved government. He understands this constitution through the devolved government kuliko mtu yoyote yule. You know, the deputy, yeye alipinga. So to me, he does not understand. He does not even understand how helpful this constitution, how helpful this devolved government actually works. That's why he is coming up with his fashionable terms, using fashionable terms like revolutionary ideas, something that is just marketable. Those in the market industry, watakwambia hii is just a marketable word that he is trying to put forward so that ikae tu ni famous, so that he can be president. So you know, when Mr. Odinga is saying through the devolved government, like counties like those ones in central province, they are going to receive 1 shilling 1 vote. From that you can just say that unaweza you can finalize and say that pesa itakuja kupatikana katika hizo counties and people are going to benefit themselves through that, you know. And unapata kwamba Mr. Odinga, away from that point, when you go to, when he visits several regions, when, for example, when he was in Coast Province, he was talking about the blue economy, you know. This is, he knows how he will facilitate his policies using the blue economy. He was talking about other countries like Namibia, the way wamejisaidia wenyewe. Kuna a whole country inategemea one industry ambayo ni ya fishing. So Mr. Odinga understands industrialization, ambapo kukiwa na industries zenye zimetengenezwa based on samaki, processing of fish in coastal province, kukianzishwa industries za like of sugar in Mumias, in western province. You know, these are the things that Mr. Odinga is talking about. He clearly understands what is needed in this country, which is industrialization. When he visits counties like those ones in Rift Valley, and today when he went to Trans Nzoia, he was talking about agriculture, which is the backbone of this country. He is saying that at our Saidia farmers are supposed to be helped by the government. Government inaeka pesa katika hizo nini, when they are giving them zinaitwaje, mbolea, something like mbolea ni nini, you know. And hapo he was really fighting Mr. Ruto when, kwa sababu Ruto it feels like Ruto amemaliza wakulima wa kaunti yake, wa area yake. So wakulima wanafaa kupatiwa mbolea ndio wajisaidie wenyewe. So when you listen to this presidential candidate akipatiana such points, unaona this is a very organized presidential candidate. Huyu ni presidential candidate ambaye ataendelea mbele. Mr. Odinga is also talking about wanafunzi katika universities. You know, when some of us were back in campus, we never had that opportunity, and tulikuwa tunalalamika about help and what not, you know. Mr. Odinga is promising Kenyans and students that atatoa hizo loans, ataifanya ikuwe grants, hizo help ataifanya ikuwe grants. Hiyo itasaidia wanafunzi wengi ambao wataweza kusaidika. Mr. Ruto is not talking about that. I think he was just saying hakuna interest ama hakuna loan ambayo, I don't understand what he was saying, Mr. Ruto, but Mr. Odinga, on that I really support him. One last point that I was about to talk about is the 6,000 on the household. Mr. Odinga ameona Wakenya, kuna this number of Kenyans ambao hawana mbele wala nyuma, and he is telling us that this is working in other countries, you know. So it will be a good opportunity to give him a chance aweze kupatia hawa wananchi ambao hawajiwezi 6,000 per family, you know. This is a good I feel like this is a really good idea. I will get other points and I will speak. I will continue speaking. So thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you, inawezekana. Can we hear from Miguna Muguna? Are you there?
You can hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I am humbled. So I would like to make a few observations or remarks rather, and then I'll maybe call it a night. I have an early day tomorrow, so I can stay up late with you guys, unfortunately. So I can see that your motion today is about the economic policy and fighting corruption. I'll also observe, like someone said in the public comments earlier, that neither side has declared their stand on these matters. So we are just picking up on the subject where we know that these people have been talking about it in public rallies so far. But neither party has put forward any documentation regarding what they are going to do about the economy. And okay, Kenya is a very interesting place because we started off with RUTO putting forth his bottom-up policy, and at the time he was heckling RAILA, saying that they have no plan, essentially. So they are only organizing tribal parties and cocoons to beat him. Their only goal is to beat him. But and to RUTO, because Baba is a very scheming person. Baba is a terrible, terrible organizer. He takes his time. Like now, he has not yet declared his bid for presidency. He's timing. He has a wealth of experience on his side because he knows that timing is everything in politics. And so Baba has come forward with his trickle-down economics, also called Reaganomics. These people are actually borrowing a lot from US politics, believe it or not. So Baba is mixing Reaganomics with something called the New Deal. During the World Wars, there was this guy, you might have heard of him in the US, who was called FDR, Roosevelt. President Roosevelt is the one who marshaled the US and actually influenced the outcome of the First and Second World Wars. The New Deal is a socialist approach. Without sounding so scientific, EU usaidizi. This one, Kenya becoming a welfare state. Frankly, in my personal opinion, I would not like for Kenya to become a welfare state, whereby the government supports its people financially. Reason being, case study, Tanzania, Ujamii did not work. So even socialist programs like the welfare that Baba is proposing might not work because it essentially creates weak citizens who depend on the government for help. Kenyans are cutthroat. Tanzanians used to envy Kenya, saying that if you want to see London, go to Nairobi. And there was a reason for that. It's because we borrowed a lot of capitalism. And that's why Kenya is ahead of its neighbors in East Africa, because people are cutthroat. The competition is eat or be eaten. That is the economic model that we go with, and unfortunately, it only drives people to depression. And what we are currently seeing, people doing anything and everything to get the soft life because they want to amass a lot of wealth. The reason why RUTO is so popular at the moment is because many people in our country are actually greedy. They desire to get wealth through ways that are not necessarily legal, taking shortcuts, just as long as you get there to have billions in your account. Everybody, that's the Kenyan dream. It's just like in America today. Everybody dreams of getting from a humble background and then becoming somehow a billionaire. It's not, it has its positives and its negatives, but all in all, I would personally not want to see Kenya going to becoming a welfare state. But also the evils of capitalism can be terrible. So it's a wait and see situation. The reason why at the moment I would go with Baba's argument is because I know that the welfare program might not take off, but some of the other things that he's discussing are actually going to be good for the country. If Baba can go around the country and identify projects that he can revive, places where the government can spend money to boost the economy, these things can be very helpful compared to helicopter money, which Mr. Ruto is currently promising. Money that we do not know how it will arrive, where he says it will arrive. There are no channels. If you are on CRB, there is no need for the government to promise you help because it will not get to you. And someone used to joke that if you give the poor people all the money that the rich people have and give them some time, say a month, the poor people will go spend money in the businesses and establishments of the rich. And within a short time, the poor people will go back to being poor, and the rich people will get back their money. Essentially, if someone is our to a chini, the bottom, the thing that you can do to help them is maybe technical training institutes, which this government has been really keen on, making national polytechnics the big deal of the day. If you train enough people, you have a workforce, then we'll be moving forward. And I don't see why Kibaki gave us motorbikes and now we want to go back to wheelbarrows. So on the issue, that was me on economics, my thoughts. On the issue of corruption, there is really no debate. One is pro-corruption and the other one is anti-corruption. Baba has been very clear and categorical from the start, not just for this election, but even in the years before. Baba was always the defender of the common man. And it was funny, the other day someone referenced Ruto as president of the people, and I could just see it as a foreshadow of what is to come. So Baba was once sworn in as the people's president, and now it appears there is another people's president. And another foreshadow of what might come in 2022 is someone also said that Ruto is not likely to accept the outcomes of the coming election. And so it's funny because in the last election, that was said about Baba too. So it's weird. The last thing I had Ruto with my ears, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last thing Ruto said about corruption was that corruption cannot stop him from delivering on the big four. So, and Baba is always saying that he knows where the holes are, where they are poking holes in our economy and leaking money, and he can fix it. So it's a no-brainer. Baba is the one that we will be safe with when it comes to corruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Themba.
I had a question for Mr. Muguna.
Yes, please.
You talked about Ujamaa in Tanzania.
Yes.
And you called it a welfare program.
Yes, yes.
Would you, if you understand how it works in comparison to what Baba is saying, would you kindly just elaborate a little bit? Because what I understand is different from what you said.
Okay, Ujamaa is not exactly welfare, like a welfare state, but it's a communal ownership, or what they used to say communism, whereby it's some things are communally owned. So essentially what you own is also property of the state and can be divided among people, so that your work as Themba can be given to Miguna. Essentially, the government controls too much of the economy, so they decide who becomes what and who earns what, rather than let the free forces of the market flow. So a welfare state is likely to create a weak citizenship whereby people depend on the government. And that is the biggest... yes.
You tended to compare welfare state to the case of Ujamaa. You know, Ujamaa was brought in by Nyerere. When he went to China and he saw how Chinese were doing their business, he came back to Tanzania. And his assertion, his thinking was he wanted to create an economy that looked closer to the Chinese one.
Yes.
So what he says, Ujamaa's failure, part of it was internal sabotage by his own ministers. Because when he came in and he says that people should, leave their homes and then come and stay what they called Jamaa, some villages. Now, some of the people within his own cabinet were against that. And that is what led to the failure of this policy of Ujamaa. But it had one success because it created a Tanzania where people love each other, undugu,
Yes.
where if you go to Tanzania, when they look themselves as compared to Kenyans, there's undugu, Tanzania, as opposed to Kenya. Now,
yes,
that is a different proposal compared to what Baba is proposing. It's not creation of a welfare state. It is giving social welfare to the vulnerable in the society. And that has happened even in what you have referred to as a capitalistic economy, like what you're saying in the US. Just last year, when there was the pandemic, the US advanced to its citizens what is called stimulus package.
Yes.
To the vulnerable. But you don't get stimulus package forever in your life.
But essentially the capitalism is the antithesis of socialism. And so when you are not capitalist, or when you are not giving people just a level playing field,
not necessarily
when you are too much into supporting the vulnerable in society, if you spend so much as a government on that particular food aid, relief, and things like that, people tend to take advantage of.
Miguna, hold on. You asserted that there was a proposition like that, the US and their capitalistic economy, they don't at all give any stimulus to their vulnerable in the society.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but even up to date, the Democrats in the US are seen as more of socialist. They are called liberal something or left wingers or whatever. I do not know the correct terminology, but their ideas up to date are more of let's support the weak, the vulnerable, which is a good idea, but only when balanced.
Exactly. So you have said it well now. You have gotten to the point. A social welfare program is focused on a specific time to a specific group of the society. For example, what Baba is proposing, if you have looked at it well, is not is not necessarily creating a welfare state. It's saying that we have the vulnerable, and you see the money that is given 6K will go to a family that there's no one that is working and earning a salary at a particular time. Now, Baba has also talked about industrialization. So that means what? Within that time, even if you give it 2-3 months, someone within that family will have started earning. Then those people fall off that particular program. So it is
Yes,
not creating a society where people are not working and waiting for government to give them money. That is not true. That is
but unfortunately, Mr. Themba, that is what happens. That is, I'm not saying that is the desired outcome of a welfare program, but that is a side effect that normally comes up. You find that even in the US, by the way, there are people who choose to be homeless, who choose to be jobless just to get that amount of money that they get weekly, because they know that they will not go hungry and it's fashionable to do so. So it's a side effect that I would pray that should not come to be, but it's a side effect of choosing to support social welfare. I'm not against social welfare. I totally support what they've done with the elderly. But when it comes to unemployment, a very big percentage of Kenyans is unemployed. Which does not make sense to me somehow, how you will give each and every unemployed family some income, yet the families that are actually working are fewer than the ones who are supposed to receive some stipend.
I think I'm trying to give you the picture, but you still go back to the sense of unemployed. It is the vulnerable family where none of the members, assuming a family has 8 members.
Do you know the exact numbers about how many families in Kenya have no income?
Hold on.
Order. Let me come in here. Just a moment. Miguna.
Yes.
The government does not work from space.
Okay.
The Kenya government is not, Kenya as a nation, we are not a banana republic. We have kept our tradition of censoring our population every 10 years.
Yes.
So when Baba is talking about vulnerable families, he's not talking out of the air. It's not out of a dream that the angel Gabriel appeared to him and told him there are 2 million families that are going without food. It's out of statistics. And so we know, according to the last census, we have 2 million families that are vulnerable. Now they have no income. So it is from that premise that the mapping out of those families and the support base that Baba is promising begins.
Okay.
Yes. Then from there, it's a matter of when we recover our industrialization, which is not just Baba is proposing something called economic zones. Economic zones means we'll have in each and every constituency, in each and every county, places where people can go and work. So the moment somebody from that family is employed in these economic zones, then it's off the list of people who receive the 6,000 per month. So it's not something that needs to sustain a particular population. It is hold them for a while until we get them a job. And when the government takes the responsibility of getting people jobs, you know it will not enjoy paying bills. It will get people to work so that they pay bills for themselves.
And Bernard, just to emphasize, it's not that he's even proposing. There are already economic zones. If you have been following Ministry of Industrialization and what they do, they have already mapped out some economic zones that have already been put. There's Western Economic Zone. There are those economic zones, which is focusing on the industries in those particular areas. If you can follow Ministry of Industrialization website, you can see what is already happening, investment on those economic areas and economic zones. So that means as these families are getting this stimulus that is supposed to hold them to a certain time, they are also being prepared to get into the industry so that they can get something out of it. You're gonna left? So that they can get something. So I think it is not a permanent solution.
Yes.
You know, it is a temporary solution, as the permanent solution, which is industrialization, is taking place, and they get absorbed. As they get absorbed, they fall off. You know, and that is what happens even in the stimulus, even in the US. As the economy gets better, guys get out, they get jobs, and you fall off. If you want to rely on that, whatever you are given, it cannot even feed you. It can, I mean, you can eat, but you cannot pay your bills with it. So it is something that someone can decide that I'll be relying on getting, I don't know, 200 or 500 300 every week, and you pay your bills. You can't survive on it.
Okay, I'm sold on that, but of all Baba's promises, this one seems to be a bit, I don't know, perfect. Okay, I understand the urge to match the competition. The competition is promising handouts, which are magical. Baba's is a bit logical, but still, you know, as a Kenyan, knowing how our country works, I'm very skeptical that this will work. But again, I like that Baba is targeting specific projects to revive them and create jobs, because that's what the youth need. The youth do not need handouts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Miguna. From that statement, I understand where your problem is. That Baba is trying hard to match competition. There's no competition for Baba here, or especially on this matter, because I don't think it's a reaction from us last year last election. The NASA framework of reviving the economy and all that had all those things captured. So it's not a response to the bottom up, although it can be comfortably interpreted to mean the same. All the same, thank you very much. Let us move forward. Paul, Chris, unmute and speak to us before we go to James and Osoro.
Kelele. Sylvia.
You are muting again. Okay. All the same, just as he organizes himself, housekeeping, don't stay behind the curtain if you must not. We need the screen brighten up so that the viewers will not have a problem. Secondly, as you wait for your turn to speak, please make sure that you invite somebody to watch. Keep sharing the link so that other people can join. We need to talk to more than are watching right now. So let's take full responsibility. As you wait for your turn, invite somebody to watch. Thank you very much. Paul, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I take this opportunity to greet everyone. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
In regards to the above theme, which states, let me have a look at it. Then, economy policy and fighting corruption. Who offers the best solutions? Okay, to me, since I've been following the wind in regards to the as far as politics is concerned, been able to pick is that from the side of no any other day he can finish his campaign without saying the 4 agendas, but it's unfortunate I've forgotten one, there are usually 4 U's, of which the second one is economy, the third one is education, and also maybe the other one that might not be among this one is about the support to the poor family, those families who are not able to get a meal on the table. The package seems to be good, but it is not for everyone as others do think. Because as you have said, you talked of it earlier, that the government knows each and everyone who is employed and whoever is doing self-employment due to the data they do receive after every decade. That's through census. So in regards to that, actually it is very much achievable, because if the holes whereby people do find to siphon money through corruption, if at all they are sealed, or automatically this one is achievable. Because there was somewhere I was having a look. That's the fifth estate of Professor Ngunyi Mtai. It is only 3% of the total budget. 3%. That's very negligent. 3%, around 14 billion. Because if it was said that each and every day Kenya loses, if I might not be wrong, 2 billion. 2 billion in a year, that's 24 billion. And what is being which is being fought for or being said by the RAILA team is just 6,000 per family. So that one amounts to a very negligible amount if it is related to our yearly budget. The second thing is about equity. Equity, I think this one is whereby each and every individual will be given an open ground or a free ground or a level ground, whereby if you qualifies automatically without biasness, you'll get that chance. Yeah. And without any corruption, even if you are a Form 4 leaver and you have a good proportion, you need a tender. Not that someone who has huge amount of money or whoever will be having a highest bid, yeah, will get the tender. Everyone will have equal opportunity. Then the other one is economy, because right now economy is not that, it is so bad. Because right now, just to say, right now, if you have 1,000 can only buy 2 items or 3 items from supermarket. That's sugar, let's say sugar, oil for 3 kg, and maybe unga, and it is over. So some years back, for example, like maybe 10 years ago, 1,000, if you had 1,000, could be something you can do a shopping that you feel that at least you are carrying something. But right now it is not. Our economy is not good, because left, right, center, everyone is saying that everything is not good. No money, no easy money to get. Then the next one is education. Education has been as it has been spoken, education is that whereby everyone is given opportunity, yeah, to go to school, irrespective whether you can afford or not. I can remember during the Kibaki time, free primary education came in. So I don't know why free secondary education and maybe reduced costs, if at all they cannot meet all of it for the higher education, the colleges and universities, maybe it can be something like slashed, so that at least each and everyone can be able to afford. Then with the help, you get that help, you get the loan, then it will be reimbursed or will be deducted once you've gotten the job. once there is equity and economy has come up. So that at least once you are through with education, irrespective where what happened through your education, at least you are guaranteed that you'll have somewhere whereby you'll be able to earn your daily living as opposed to now. Otherwise, those are the only my few contributions I have today. The other thing, we are still waiting for colleagues, because right now I've not been able to see them, because they usually, right now they say at this, even if you see their writings down there, they do say this is a platform for ODM members. I don't think if because if something is really good, it is good. If something is bad, it is really bad. So there's a time also we do talk in a neutral point, and there's a time also we do talk on the other side, because for sure someone cannot say something that is unjustifiable. Otherwise, we are still waiting for them, so that at least tunaweza kuchangamka through the discussion. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you. You are apologetic on the aspect of waiting for somebody to come and respond. They are responding from the comments. You can always attend to the same, all the same. Like you said, what is good, what is bad, no matter what name we give it.
Yes,
so
Bernard,
that's the conversation.
Bernard.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes, I do pity them, because by the time they will come, they will come
relax.
with other
There's
things.
no pitying anybody. Not now. Thank you. Themba, come in.
You know, Bernard, we are not here to babysit the people of UDA. If they want to come, give the points for their houselights, okay. If they don't want to come to the forum, it's okay. We will keep looking, and we will keep looking at everything. If they don't have points, it's okay. So they should not feel like we are cowed by them not joining the forum. We know they are following. We know they are listening. They can only do their side a favor by joining here and speaking out. But if they choose to stay in the background, that is good for us. At least we have a free day.
Thank you, Themba. Thank you, Themba.
Themba, I said earlier that it will be difficult for them to arrive here. And we are confirming that.
So let's move on. Let's hear from James 1.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, James.
Yes. How are you doing?
We are great. Karibu.
Yes. Today, I see we have gone to the topic of economics. This is a very important topic, especially because the purposes of politics is about production and distribution of wealth and resources to the population. And therefore, it is key to the politics. This is essentially the reason why there is politics. Now, I would not think that there is a clearly demarcated line between the RUTO, RAILA economic policies. What I would see is the suggestions that they have brought forth and how practical they are. Each one of them has made some proposals, either during interviews by the television stations or in rallies as they go around the country campaigning. Economy and economic policy in a layman language is about processes and programs on how to create wealth and even how to distribute it to some extent. Therefore, if we confine ourselves to that layman's language, then I would say the two readers have made several suggestions. And starting with Raila, I have followed his arguments, not just for these elections, but even in the past. And he has been very focal on having made in Kenya, which actually boils down to what we'd call industrial policy, which is tied in with the economic policy because it is about production. He's been very focal in saying that the country should not import what it can produce here. It's a very good thing because that is how countries develop. You cannot develop by buying from others through just importation. Importation has to make sense. And more so, it has to assist in production. What I mean is that you go buy machinery and come to extract or expand your economic base by bringing in more wealth. But when you have a situation where you have to go and buy even food, which you do produce, but you, for one reason or another, you don't produce enough and you don't package enough, so a lot is wasted and all that. So on that one, I think he is on the right track. And if you are to be president and focus on that path, then the country would benefit. On the other hand, when you look at the suggestion by RUTO to on his so-called bottom-up approach, there is nothing wrong really in stimulating the base so that there is more disposable income and perhaps more taxation. The only problem I have with that approach is that it's not very clear. It seems to be just government driven. And in this case, you remember very well, there was something called economic recovery strategy, which actually had in its stimulus plan, where the government went to the rural areas to stimulate the base by funding farmers, fish farmers, and other farmers, including offering fertilizer, seeds, quality seeds, and all that. That is okay. The only problem with RUTO is that his approach is not sustainable, in the sense that when you look at what Kibaki did was to make sure that the government does not compete for money or loans with private and corporate entities in the country. So there was a lot of money in the banks to be given to the businessmen and corporate bodies that needed to do business. So that approach is good because it also, the economy works through a very self-sustaining system, because there are issues of inflation and stabilization of the economy, the amount of money in the economy, which I don't think the RUTO suggested system of pumping in money from the treasury to the rural areas or to the urban areas or wherever takes into consideration. So basically, RUTO also has in one of the interviews hinted that one way in which to expand the economy will be for him to change the policy that governs a national health insurance fund, where the people will pay according to the percentages of their incomes. That, he says, will mobilize quite some funds that will now be used for which will then be used to stimulate other parts of the economy. Practicality of that is something that I wait to see, and especially because those who make such decisions are the same MPs who are earning more, and the natural reaction for most of our readers seem to be selfishness. So basically, both of the candidates have made some good suggestions that perhaps need to be explored to make our economy more vibrant and create more jobs and be able to sustain the rising population. Now, the other key thing is corruption. The elephant in the room is corruption, because underlying all these good suggestions is how to deal with corruption. You may have as good intentions as you can,
James,
but
James,
if you are
manage your 3 minutes, you are past time.
Okay, let me just summarize. Yeah. So if you have a situation whereby the elite are gobbling huge amounts of resources, then finally the country cannot be able to move. There will always be shortages in many areas. Let me reach there for now.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's go to Soro.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes, as I can see the topic today, we are just looking at the economic policies of the Deputy President and the Prime Minister RAILA ODINGA in their quest for top leadership in this country. And also we look at how each of them intend to sort out the problem of corruption that has engulfed this country. I think it's very obvious from what we see that is espoused by the two leaders. If you look at the two leaders, you realize that RAILA has a very elaborate economic policy, which he intends to put it running to ensure that our economy picks up from where it is today. Let us not forget the fact that RAILA was part and parcel of the Mwai Kibaki nusu mkate government, where they had laid strategies down, and they formed up a document which they called Vision 2030. If you have had an opportunity to look at that document, that is a document that was supposed to guide the economic policies of government from those days up to 2030. In fact, this time being 2021, if we were to follow the policy, I think we could have gone very far. And from what RAILA has been talking about, he has actually told us that he's going to go back to that document and continue from where they left, because that document seemed to have been forgotten from 2013 onwards. Now, that document is, if you have tried to look at it, you realize that it has so many things that will address our economic problems, and RAILA ODINGA has been actually talking about them. Running from agriculture, the document talks about ASAL development, fisheries development and management, the blue economy, fertilizer cost reduction. They intended to come up with a fertilizer manufacturing company in Kenya to reduce the cost of fertilizers. And actually, if you listen to RAILA today, he talked about the cost of fertilizer. This is an opportunity that was squandered by this government, the Jubilee government, where you realize that at some point, the kind of fertilizer that was imported into the country was a very poor one, which actually ended up even poisoning our crops and even our soils to an extent that we made very poor yields those days. In fact, our soils have not even recovered from the poisoning that happened those days between 2013 and 2017. And then if you look at that document, again, it talks about implementation of the consolidated agriculture reform legislations. So they were to come up with laws that were to guide on how these things, these economic policies were to be, outlined and be implemented. And then within that document, you see also agriculture and rural development. RAILA ODINGA has been talking about this in all the rallies that he has been undertaking. It also talks about business process outsourcing, financial services, infrastructure. And here we also see that RAILA has been mentioning a lot about infrastructure development in this country. And he has been actually very loud enough to say that he was a key person during the nusu mkate government, where he participated in outlining this key infrastructure development in the country. And then it also talks about land reforms, land ownership. You know, when he was in the coast, he talked about this. And actually today, he was also talking about the same, about land ownership. You know, land is a very important resource and a very important economic resource. Without it, then we are going to lag behind in our economic development. And then it talks about manufacturing replacement. Here we talk about natural product initiatives. We talk about skills development for technical and human resource for manufacturing. You know, these are the things RAILA has been talking about. You know, he talks about how he would want to train young people so that they can have skills that are going to be running the economy. And this through these kind of skills they are going to gain, they are going also to be able to get employment, a useful employment, not just doing shoddy jobs that is being fronted by RUTO through the wheelbarrow kind of economics. And also it talks about development of integrated iron and mini steel mills. These are things that are very key in the economy. Then Raila is also talking about development of industrial clusters, development of SMEs and industrial parks. These are things which are very important in uplifting young people to work in these parks, industrial parks, and therefore they will be able to earn a living from it. At the same time, the government will also be able to get taxes, and the economy will actually improve and boom. And then if we have SMEs, these are things that are going to affect directly the young people and also other people who are going to be involved in it. And these are issues that are going to improve the economy of this country. Then we talk about establishment of special economic zones. Raila has been very vocal in this, and these are the key pillars that will improve our economy. He talks about development of industrial and manufacturing zones. All these are very important. He also talks about oil and other mineral resources. When he went to Turkana, he was mentioning all these things. He talks about tourism, especially when he was in the coast. He talked about tourism and how it will enhance the economic development of our country. He didn't stop there. He also talked about trade. And in trade, he talks about credit guarantee schemes. And my friends, all these things are outlined. In fact, it's like Raila is talking from Vision 2030. And if we were to follow Vision 2030, this country would be somewhere, not where it is. But now, because of RUTO, who was very key in this government, together with his counterpart, but I think Uhuru was it was vulnerable during that time. That is between 2013 and 2017. He was not able to implement the Vision 2030. In fact, RUTO went ahead to actually go against all this that was in this document, the Vision 2030. It was like it went to sleep. Coming to corruption. So before I talk about corruption, you can see from all these things that I've talked about in the Vision 2030.
Soro. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You do not manage your 3 minutes. You will pause. You come back later.
Excuse me. I've just taken very little time.
Conclude. Your very little time is almost. You went almost 10 minutes.
Imagine I've sat here listening to you, and you have really taken a lot of time.
Very well. I understand you very well, but you can't. We can't have a monologue. It will. It goes against the standing orders. So
okay.
Make your point. You will get another chance. You don't have to finish everything in one submission. That is what we're saying. Okay. It's taken off. Rupia, finish what you had started. Therefore, you have something to say.
Unajua kuambia wale watu wanakuja wapya rules of engagement. Sasa wale wanakuja wapya unavaa unawaambia ndio mtu asiende for 10 minutes.
It's okay. Rupia, finish you had started and network kuchapa.
If Osoro was inside here, I would donate 1 minute to him because he had actually a lot of content. But I would like to say that the Jubilee government will remain to be the government that has overburdened Kenyans. One, they made us to pay for TV. We cannot watch TV without paying. Secondly, they brought another animal called ifmes. I request baba akiingia State House ayatoe hizo vitu mbili, ifmes itolewe, and TV, we should not pay for TV. We used to watch during the Kibaki government, we used to watch TV without paying. I was just looking at it, almost the third goal from Liverpool side. I'm sorry for that. Okay, what I want to say is this. As per the economic policies for the sides, I think there is a very big difference. The way Baba said, it is like siku na mchana. Because if you get these things, Ruto has been, that is where I left. Ruto has been in government since 2013. And right now he is coming with some ambiguous kind of model that is actually embracing Mama Mboga, mtu wa boda boda. From all these things, you just look at the whole thing, you find there's no structure, and just imagine how much money will get lost. That now that people will be getting empowered from the bottom. If empowerment has to be done, it must be in a structured manner, not in air. So if you look at Raila's plan, I think it's a bit precise and it has shape. Because if he says that tutafanya kitu inaitwa uzalishaji, and he mentioned things like industrialization, he mentioned economic empowerment. In fact, this is going to be an economic revolution. Itakuwa ukombozi wa tatu, the way he puts it. And there is one group that I actually have an issue with them. These people who come up with online opinion polls, putting the deputy president ahead. I don't know which popularity they are talking about. Maybe popularity of being known to people or what, I don't know. But in terms of numbers, I think anybody coming from Jubilee and the President Uhuru is really working hard right now to act, because it has actually made us to get into a hole. It has actually impoverished this country. We are economically down because of the policies and the structures of Jubilee. And I think Raila has always been the right person. And he, from the time go, we actually saw his policies even in 2007, even in 2013. They were actually a bit practical and implementable. Like if you say 6,000, and we know very well we lose a lot of money to corruption. We lose a lot of money in terms of wastage from the government. And this money actually could be saved, and this corruption can be stopped, which I believe the deputy president cannot stop corruption. The Tanga is a group of people who actually wants to enrich themselves from public coffers. That's the same way that their boss did. And that whole lot of group of people, there are people who wants to get rich by holding high offices and taking part in shady deals. We have a number of them that have been mentioned in corruption. So I don't believe that the deputy president is gonna change anything in this country, apart from the narrative that he's talking about. If he's to change, then he had from 2013. There were Mama Mbogas from 2013. There were what were Boda Boda from 2013. If we want to really change this country, the conversation must be you buy Kenya, like the former prime minister is saying. We have a lot of potential as a country. We can produce maize and several other products that we can use inside here. It is not actually right for government to import maize if our farmers are actually storing maize in stores, and some of them are rotting in the shambas. And we have seen this corruption in the agriculture sector that was majorly propagated by the Tangatanga side, led by the deputy president. And it was mentioned by the cabinet secretary, so you don't have to tell me to produce evidence. If I'm to produce evidence, then you go and ask the cabinet secretary, Peter Munya. He categorically mentioned that the people who actually are cartels are Tangatanga, led by the deputy president. So there is nothing, there is no economic empowerment, there is no economic growth that they can create. And they actually made that the Jubilee government are on its knees from their deeds, bad deeds, when they were in government until late. And as you can see, since Ruto left the government, I don't know whether he's still there. The Jubilee government has not borrowed. They have really borrowed. They have not borrowed a lot of money since Ruto left government. But when he was there, the norm was you borrow today, that money get finished, you go back to borrow another one. So that was how the government used to operate. So I don't think he's the right man who can change this country economically the way he's mentioning. And we have seen him in action. He has handled several things which have actually gone down to their knees. And our country, we are not in the right track right now. If you ask Kenyans what they are going through, then you will know we are not in the right track. My advice to the deputy president was, let him actually support Raila and learn how to govern a country. When it comes to 2027 or 2032, he can be a better person to lead this country. Now the worst. I think if I'm given even Mudavadi and other contenders, I will choose Ruto, the last person. Thank you very much for that time with that little contribution of mine.
Okay, thank you, Rupia. Okay, John Adams.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
I wasn't very prepared to contribute. I'm just enjoying the conversation. But there were very good points from both Osoro and Rupia and James as well. So it's glad to see us coexisting and discussing differing views and opinions. But without a shadow of doubt, mimi mtu wa baba. So James, vuka bwana. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Moses Nyaribo. Unmute.
Okay, I think the podium is doing well, but I also wish to give my opinion on the economic side, because we can agree that the economy is the backbone of any other country. In order the country to move on, we also need to find a good way of making our economy grow in a way that anybody can appreciate, not that they either through means of wheelbarrow or through means of any other means. For instance, let us say Ruto is currently in government, and he has all what he has to make the government go on, what he has to make young people enjoy the economy that he wants to bring in by 2022. Ruto is in a position even to do what he wants to do in the future as he claims. I think economy is a broad subject and it needs strategies so that to make people understand exactly what you want to bring on board. For instance, you can bring wheelbarrow, but you have not given people a standout on where to bring the money from, how to create the money that maybe if you want to empower them, you can empower them through use of this and that. For instance, Kenya's budget cannot even support its own programs and projects. It has to go to the other countries to look for loans to sustain its economy. So far, if Ruto has a good idea of a bottom up, he could have also come up with an idea on how to generate income, the income that will be generated only within our country and our tax, to make people feel like this thing will work. But we cannot come up with the idea without strategies, without showing people how the idea will make them feel like they will not be pardoned elsewhere. For instance, let's say Baba said like he will first of all look for the loopholes where people steal money and use it for their personal interests. One, he has to make sure those loopholes first are crossed down so that people can enjoy the much more one enjoys himself. Being in government is not something that we take for granted because it also concerns lives of many people outside who also believe like once you are in government, you will do much more better compared maybe to a counterpart or maybe to somebody who has left the government before you get to enjoy what you want to enjoy. Don't enjoy it yourself. Just make sure it also serves others in a way that they can accept, even though not 100%, because things are not done 100%, but even 50-50. Like for instance, we have seen the deputy president going around, like Baba said, I watched a clip somewhere, Baba saying like, if somebody hands 2 million and is capable of giving almost 700 billion per month, where do you think that money comes from? And who is this guy making 7 billion per month, even though you are in business? Are you the only person in business in this country? Does it mean that your business works more better than others? If that is the case, do you mean like those people who have been in business all along can't make that money that much, as you mean like within a period of 7 to let me say like it is like 8 years, 2 years for campaign, 8 years you serve in government. You can make that much. So there is some things people need to question themselves before you accept like somebody will do this to better our lives. And remember, anybody campaigning using that much, don't expect that like that person once is in power will consider the promises before paying back what he spent just walking around giving you 5 million here, giving you 3 million there, giving you 500, 1,000 somewhere. First of all, he has to pay back the money before he considers what he promised people. So the more you see somebody using money on the ground or making campaigns, remember when that guy gets to sit as a leader, obvious, he has to pay himself first. He has to recover the money first, then to check out what to do with others. That's why you have seen our current government imeshindwa to give out the laptops they promised because they went on to base themselves, forgetting that the common mwananchi is also waiting for the promises. of which if somebody spends much on campaign, don't expect anything from him like fulfilling a promise. He has to pay the money. Maybe he used loans, maybe he had some project he sorted out to make campaigns. So you are there seated expecting like, this guy will do this and that. People say Papa ni mgumu. I do support that. But knowing Papa is in a position of supporting the person who comes with clear and sober minds. Because once somebody is not spending money, he's not even feeling anything. Either he loses or he does not. He's always comfortable and he's happy. That's why you see Papa has maintained in this game for long. Because he knows if I lose, I have spent nothing. So I will not feel any other pain like I have lost a lot. But if you spend a lot, remember you are the person to lose a lot. And if you get a chance to sit, you are also the person to steal a lot, so that you recover what you lost. It is a tit for tat. So if you sit somewhere and you see a leader coming to maybe sweet talk you, like I will pay you this and that, or else he gives some large amount of money out there, remember my friend, it's your money, nothing more. It's your money. Once the guy gets a chance, he will also tax you more so that he can pay back what he spent on you. So I think it's good to people to be sober minded first. Let people not be easily washed out, mind washed by people who come in like they can do better, while forgetting that the more they spend on you, the more they will also pay you in taxes. Let also people be sober minded, and let us forget about the issues of people who give us money to vote for them. Because if I pay your fault, don't expect me to do what I promised you, because it was all about money. So let us sit down as sober-minded people, think of what we want in leadership, because I think if we may check on people who employed a good number of Kenyans, in fact, you can also support that Mzee Kibaki employed a very good number of Kenyans. And it is because Mzee used economic strategies, and he was an economist. He was a sober-minded leader. He did not spend much more on campaigns and giving funds to the community. He had to
Moses,
spend a little. Yeah.
Moses, your contribution is good. You are forgetting to time yourself.
It's okay.
We need to restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 minutes, please, so that everybody gets a turn. And then if you don't finish, you just note the point, because there will be another round you will make submission.
Okay, there's no problem. I can also mute my.
Okay, conclude your submission, then we move to the next person.
Okay. Anyway, in conclusion, let us do things sober-minded, knowing that there is tomorrow, not only today, because after doing this, the effect will also be on our side tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Wilson. Wilson, are you there? Okay, if Wilson is not there, Mwamburi, vipi?
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, Wilson, go ahead.
No, I'm here, bwana. No. Am I audible? Bernard, you can't leave me like that. Thank you. Am I audible?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Kindly let me just put my video off. Okay, maybe I'll start. My submission will be based on assumption that none of this none of these topics, like the people, the participants are not corrupt, so all of them are clean. Okay, looking at Baba's entire school of thought of beefing up the economy, it seems to be practical. Why? First thing, he talks of investments. And when you see investment is part of the circle, the part of the participant in the circle of economy. When you remove investment, you can't get a stable economy. Investment here is like when we have that what we call umoja, unity. That is international or the foreign investors who are the major players in the economy now currently. Actually, when you see our economy, in terms of production, we are not there. So when we have these foreign investors, the economy of ours will be stable. So maybe just because of time, I'll just be touching on it. Then you get another thing. Bob is talking of buy Kenya, build Kenya, buy Kenya. Okay, when you use something that you know how you produced it, you'll be very comfortable. Unlike using something that you don't know how it was produced. Nini, kuna watu wanaogopa kula vitu fulani ama kutumia vitu fulani juu wanaogopa kitu labda ilitumika njia fulani. So when the Kenyan feels the pleasure of using something that he uses or something that he knows how it was used or how it was produced, that is a plus. That is part of building economy. Bob is talking about manufacturing. Ukiona kwa hizo the 5 U's, I just forgot the other 2, but I remember unity, brotherhood, and production. Raila has been clearly outlining how he plans to promote the economy, and you could just hear him talking of how he wants to bring people together, so that people can feel that each and every person who is around him feels that is the brother or is the sister. So watu hawatakuwa na ile uoga kusema mtu fulani labda juu ya kitu fulani. So you can easily tell when hizo plans it can be actualized. Unlike the other one, okay, I won't say that ni corrupt, but this one is a clean guy. But when he talks of bottom-up economy, it seems very interesting and very great. But looking at the participants in the circle, when you remove one participant, which in this case now are the rich, anasema the rich anataka tu kuinua the poor. So the rich, in this case of my submission, these are the investors. Hakuna mama mboga anaweza kuwa investor hata aitoke wapi. Then he's not telling us how he plans to improve the mama mbogas. Let us minus the handouts he is giving. To take handouts to own how will these mama mbogas and the border borders people will be promoted. So to me, it seems like we are going to loan them money. So what are the things that will make these people pay back the loan? How are they planning it? Na hizi pesa zitatoka wapi, given that we are talking Baba akisema we have 6,000, everybody is agitating, everybody is opposing, everybody is saying that is impossible, that is dreaming. So how will these people from the bottom of the pyramid, as they call it, be empowered? What are the plans? Tunasikia tu mara tunataka tuinue watu wa chini waende juu hapo. How do you that is the point that I missed in the whole thing. So how do you promote these people? If not all about making the environment better for investment, making the production better, making the agricultural sector, giving it subsidies. Kwa sababu for me, the mama mboga and the boda people, these people are have something. I can call them middle class people. What about the person who has nothing? Ule mtu mwenye ako tu pale chini. How can you improve the life of this person? How can you make this person get employment? Kwa sababu mama mboga tayari ako na biashara yake. This person does not need any employment. How do you look at this person? So maybe, okay, to me, Baba's economy, economy of school of economic something makes some light to me. It makes sense. Kwa sababu unaona anaongelea how he planning to close the gaps in terms of corruption. Anajua hizo kuna loopholes mingi sana, but when you come to another bottom up economy, it's not like it doesn't seem so clear to me, kwa sababu kuna vitu fiche. He's not talking about corruption, he's not talking about how he plans to end the corruption part of it. So to me it's not clear. So that's why like I feel Baba's economy or something to do with the economy, how to improve the economy, seems to be clear to me, as to me personally. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wilson. Let's keep the conversation going. Before I bring in Wekesa, Mwamburi vipi?
Salama. Mwanipata?
Kabisa. Hali ya anga huko?
Hali ya anga joto kidogo, lakini twashukuru, hatuna neno.
Ehe. Haya, karibu mchango
Labda
wako.
mniambie kule bara vipi? Mvua nyesha nini?
Huku kumenyesha, Nairobi kumenyesha leo.
Nashukuru. Haya, naona topic leo Ruto versus Raila. Mimi okay, ni sawa lakini naye mimi singekubalia. Ruto sio mtu wa kufananisha na Raila. Raila ni mtu wa kufananisha na Kibaki, manake ashapita kwa Ruto. Manake Ruto yeye mwenyewe jamani, vile vitu Jubilee wanatekeleza sasa hivi, nafikiri ni zile vitu ambapo baba na Kibaki walikaa, ambapo hawangetekeleza ile wakati, lakini sasa hivi ndio at least yatekelezwa, lakini pesa zingine zaenda kwingine, na ndio hizi zaja tena tuwaja kupewa campaign, ambapo sasa nikiangalia mimi kivyangu Ruto is not an economist. I can say Ruto is not telling us how he can get money as in Kenya. Yani yeye ni kutoa, yeye ni kusema atapeana kwa mama mboga, lakini hii pesa itatoka wapi ndio mama mboga apewe? Hiyo ndio kitu cha kwanza. Those are policies. Hajatuambia atafanya nini ABCD ambapo hizi pesa zipatikane alafu apelekee mama mboga. Ona, as a deputy president. Ruto has been making even this country not to be stable economically. Why? Ruto started campaigning 5 years ago. And you know, when you start campaigning in a country, you make that country, you know, we cannot move economically. Yani hatutasonga mbele, manake kula ile kajoto ya siasa. Sasa kule huku, sasa utapata kuna baadhi ya wale investors, especially kama sisi Mombasa, huwa tunaumia, manake kuna mzungu huwa anataka kuwekeza, lakini anaona hawa watu washaanza campaign mapema. Ona, anapeana uoga. Na huyu ni deputy president. Waona? Sasa huyo jamaa, he does not mean well in he does yani hana naweza kasema nini? Yani hatuonei uzuri sisi wananchi. Waona? Hatuonei uzuri. Yeye yataka yeye mwenyewe ashibe, lakini sisi wengine wananchi hana haja nasi. Yeye ni kupata zile pesa zenye alipunja, basi akachukua huku na huku, sasa tuletea sisi. Tutakula tu, lakini manake tunajua tulipunjwa, manake nanunua mkate saizi karibu kama shilingi 60. Kama angepunja pesa saizi ningekuwa nanunua labda mkate 45. Sasa haina neno. Haya, kitu cha pili, mimi namshukuru sana baba, manake baba akona nia na akona njia. Baba means well in this country. Na tuache, okay, mimi I support baba, but tuache tukiweka mchujo tutuweke Ruto na baba, for sure it does not mean yani what you can take, even you as yourself, utajua nani anatutakia mazuri, yani nani anataka tuwe na maisha mazuri usoni. Manake baba hapa anasema 6,000. Baba hanajua hizi 6,000 zitatoka wapi. Tangu baba ana handshake na Uhuru, siku hizi usikie ati pesa zimevujwa. Kwa nini? Baba alimuonyesha mahali pa kufunika, na ndio baana these Tanga people, they are bitter with Baba because now they are not getting that money they have been getting from somewhere. Yeah? They are not getting it. Yeah? Huku na kuna wengine basi na shanga sana, especially Dhana kutoka kule bara, hati Baba hawezi pewa, hakuna siku hii nchi atakuwa kiongozi. Nani alikwambia hawezi? Nani alikwambia hawezi kuwa kiongozi? Kwani kuna wenye wameandikwa kule kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba hawa ndio watakuwa viongozi Kenya na hao wengine hawawezi kuwa. So tuache propaganda. Mimi naomba Mungu na ni huwa naendelea kuambia Ruto, this platform of Mtembei TV, I'm telling you for the fact, if you want to improve, this is where he can send his people. In fact, inafaa apate advice from here. In fact, tunatoa siri. This is where he can just go back and start afresh. Ajue kuna shida wapi, so that he can come to us, he can convince us. Thank you. Nimeshukuru sana. Asante.
Thank you. Themba vipi?
Na swali kwa Mwamburi.
Uliza Mwamburi.
Mwamburi upo?
Nipo nakupata.
Bwana, wewe mnatulaumu watu wa bara, lakini nasikia watu wa pwani kwamba tayari huko mshagawanyika kabisa. Nasikia Baba na Ruto ni 50-50. Mbona vipi sasa unatulaumu watu wa bara?
Mwamburi, umepata swali kweli?
Na nimempata tayari. Yasema huku pwani tuwagawana 50-50 kwa Ruto. Hiyo ndio swali.
Sawa.
Nasikia kwamba
wacha
huko pwani nasikia tayari mmemsaliti Baba, mmesema kwamba niye mwataka Wilbaro, kwa wengine sasa mnasema Baba huko ni 50-50. Na nasikia hapo unasema si watu wa bara ndio tuna shida.
Ndugu yangu, wacha nikujibu. Asante sana. Kwa hiyo maoni ya naye pia yanakubalika, lakini wacha nikwambie, unajua kuna hiyo dhana mnasema 50-50, manake juzi Baba amekuja Coast, au kuona Joho, au kuona Mvuria, au kuona Samboja, au kumuona Kingi. Ndugu yangu ujui nini inaendelea sahihi, au ujui nini inaendelea pwani sahihi. Ndugu yangu, nakwambia pwani, na in fact last week na niliwaambia pwani is locked with Baba, na nakwambia take it from me. Mimi hata sana hata ukiangalia vile naongea muda mwingi nikiingia Mtembei TV au nione picha, I don't want it kuonekana nini. So this we are on the ground, my friend. Na whoever who is talking here, hata kama ni wewe ni supporter wa Baba, hakikisha ndio kura yako ni moja, lakini can you try to look for Baba more than 20 votes from you na huyo mwenzako hivyo. This is what we are doing in Coast. Na wacha nikuambie, na I am repeating this, wale watu wote wa pwani wenye unaona wanafuata Ruto, mark it from me, after election hakuna hata mmoja utampata amechaguliwa. Take it from me, nakwambia ukweli, hakuna hata mmoja. Umesikia leo vile umeona watu wa Kingi vile wamesema kutoka Kilifi, wamesemaje? Ati they are ready to work with Baba. Yeah? They are ready to work with Baba. Lakini sasa naye wanakuja kwa nia mbaya. Kwa nini? Wao wanasema ati kule juu Baba watampa kura, lakini huku chini ati kwa viti za ubunge Baba awaachie ati wasimamishe watu wote kutoka Kilifi. Haiwezekani. Baba lazima akuwe na soldiers from chini, watu wa ODM. Hiyo ndio unajua. Wacha tena nikujibu ndugu yangu, kuna kitu moja hapa mjajua. Do you know these people kwa nini wanaanza ati wacha tu form party yetu? Those that Mr. Kingi mwenyewe, Kingi first wakati wa kwanza ndio tulete devolution, Kingi alisimama kama governor through ODM. Alafu ya pili, the second round alisimama still na ODM. Wewe huwezi jiuliza kwamba Kingi kama angekuwa a very straight person na ni mtu mwenye anajiamini kwamba mbona the second round wakati alikuwa anataka ugava, mbona angesimama na hizo, angeform that chama of power kisha asimame kama governor, alafu uone kama atarudi kama governor Kilifi, angebwagwa. So ni saizi anajua hawezi simama governor, term yake imeisha. Sasa anataka aform chama penye atakuwa nakula kutoka kwa wale wabunge, na hatutaki hizo vitu, ndio hatutaki. Ndio maana Joe alifanya kukataa, kwani hatuwezi form chama. ODM is a national party, so we are in ODM. Pwani is locked with ODM. Kaka, usijali, hapa tushashikilia tayari, zote ni za babu. Asante.
Hi, Themba, I hope the question is well answered.
Amejaribu, amerudia tu alichokuwa amesema. Hajaniambia kwa nini wako 50-50, lakini ni sawa, tutakubaliana naye.
50-50 uongo. Si unajua watu wetu wale wanataka ku make believe.
Nimesema 50, unajua 50 ni maoni yanakubalika, maoni yanakubalika. Ndugu yangu, maoni yanakubalika.
Hivi Mwamburi,
wewe angalia kama Aisha
Mwamburi nampatia pale Kilifi County.
Nani?
Aisha Jumwa.
Kaka, wacha nikwambia leo hii hata Aisha Juma akasimama MCA, wacha ugavana, MCA hawezi akapata. Take it from me, nakwambia ukweli. Saizi wacha nikwambie Kilifi vile kuko sahihi. Kilifi mtu mwenye saizi anataka ugavana na kutoka kwa Jeffa Kingi, huyu Jeffa Kingi speaker anataka kiti na ako kwa nyuma ya Kingi na anataka asimame kutoka kwa pa. Then tuko na huyu jamaa anaitwa Gideon Mung'aro. Gideon Mung'aro, kumbuka sasa, wacha nikupe historia. Gideon Mung'aro alikuwa ODM kitambo akiwa mbunge wa Malindi. Alipotoka tu ODM, ndio nakwambia Pwani tuko locked. Nakwambia ukishaondoka tu ODM wewe unaenda na maji. Wewe waenda na maji. Angalia Malindi yenyewe. Wewe tumefanya by election ngapi Malindi? Wewe ukiteleza tu unaenda na maji. Angalia Juma, Aisha Juma anaenda na maji. Angalia Nyali. Kwanza angalia huyu Jichopevu. Jichopevu, unajua nini ilitendeka last election ndio Jichopevu akawa mbunge. Jichopevu tulienda nomination ya ODM. Ikawa kuna Abdalla na Jichopevu. Sasa kukakuwa na shida ya kupata ile nini ya ODM. So watu basi kule Nyali wakamwambia hapana, kwa sababu Abdalla ni cousin ya kina Joho, wacha nanio Jichopevu wasimame, tutakupa independent, lakini usiende chama chochote, na ukifika kule mbele we ni soja wa baba. Nyali sasa ikawa watampa independent, na wakampa, na wakamwambia ukifika bunge. Alifika bunge sawa, alikuwa sawa, lakini kufika mahali akakuwa Jichopesa. Sasa saizi ni Jichopesa, na ataenda na hizo tu. We mngoje, utaona tu. Na ninakwambia okay, mahali huwa kuna kanganya kidogo. Wacha nikuwe very open. Unaona Wadigo Kwale. Wacha sasa nikwambie siri ya Pwani. Kule Kwale kuna Wadigo. Hao Wadigo unapata wakati kama ile election yenye ilitoka, ile yenye walitubwaga kidogo. Unajua ni sababu gani? Yule jamaa hata mwenye alitubwaga yule jamani wa ODM. Do you know that? Ni kwa vile tu yule mwenye tulikuwa tunasimamisha, in fact huyu ndiye angepata nomination. Ni kwa vile, na ndio huwa saizi tunasisitiza saizi tukienda nomination jamani, mwananchi tukiamua ODM kama ni mtu fulani, tusifeve mtu atitupee yule kwa sababu ya nini. Hapo ndio tunakuja sometimes tunateleza kidogo. Hiyo ndio ilitu cost, lakini in cost nawaambia tuko locked. Tuko kwa baba. Na nimekuwa nikiwaambia Jubilee walipata kura cost sababu ya Uhuru Kenyatta. na sitaki kuenda hiyo route because itakuwa ni ukabila. Unajua, ukiangalia coast kuna mandugu zetu wale wa katikati wako kibiashara, alafu ukiangalia kule kuelekea Mpeketoni, si unajua wako na mbunge wa wenzetu hao, mandugu zetu wako na mbunge kule, so wako na watu wao, unaona. So ndio vile walipata zile kura chache, lakini sasa ngojea uone, utaona kimbunga hicho, utashtuka ndugu yangu. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mwamburi. Over to Wekesa.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Wekesa. It's been long.
Good evening, Wekesa. Mbona umeng'ara sura hivi bwana? Inakaa unakula vitu poa sana bwana uko Kitale. Najua uko Kitale.
Ako Kitale ama ni kama ako mahali penye jua sasa iko ni saa 6 saa 7 hivi ya mchana.
Ako Kitale, wametoka kwa rally ya baba. Si unaona hata sura inakaa tu, yani walikuwa
That was a nice rally. That was a nice rally.
Yes, umeendeleaje wango? WG.
Tuko sawa sana Wekesa.
I'm testing my mind based on you now. If you don't answer, I assume I'm not connected.
No, we are fine. You are very clear.
Yes.
Dunia iko na Mimba TV wanasema leo ni wewe una represent UDA na Yellow.
Oh, mwambie Dunia yako na Mimba yako colorblind. This is orange. He's confirming that he's a man. All men are colorblind, except me. Yeah, I've heard you guys discuss of economy, and I want to begin by one of the saddest story. When Ruto was somewhere inaitwa in Meru, sijui hiyo jina nimesahau, Kimo something. He said that he's going to share, he's going to set aside 50 billion to remove Kenyans from CRP. And every youth was excited and clapping for him because behold, our Savior has come to rescue us from our debts. But some of us who happen to use calculators in school asked ourselves, so how much debt does Kenyans make on a day? It's just a few days. Actually, it's less than a week or 10 days when we were told that every day Kenyans are borrowing 1.34 billion from Fuliza, and these are the other online accounts. So the question then is, so what is 50 billion in a 1.34 debt every day? So that means you're going to medicate us against debt for the next 38 days. So you are excited that somebody is going to offer a solution that will last for 38 days. Because that is my calculation, 50 billion to mitigate against a daily of 1.3 billion. That only zeroes down to 38 days. That is why we need to be very critical in these economic models these politicians are peddling. Because if you ask him, now where do you get the 50 billion? He will not tell you. At least even those people who came up with theories of how man was born or how man existed, at least they created a theory that makes sense. I was reading one of the theory was the jigsaw theory, which says that the earth fits in each other, that Africa, when you take the map of Africa and you take the map of Asia and put together, they fit into each other. So for him, he talks about the origin of earth as it exists based on that jigsaw method. You may wonder why I've gone to discuss that. How is it related to UDA and the ODM economic model? For someone to tell you, I'm going to give you 50 billion, he must also tell you, I'm going to extract it from here. They must fit, the theory must fit into each other. And that's why I easily believe Raila when he tells me he will take 25% ministry budget cuts and give 6,000 to a social welfare fund. He has shown us where he's going to draw the money and how he's going to spend it. He also says that these people who are giving handouts, I'm going to seal those loopholes, and then I'm going to use that money to improve your living standards. We can understand because we know the background of Kenya and we know how much has gone to corruption and how corruption has disenfranchised our economy. So before someone tells us that he sympathizes with us because we are in CRB, doesn't he sympathize with Kenya itself? It's more than in a CRB. Kenya has 7.1 trillion debts. A huge percentage of it is international debt. So the question then is, how is he going to redeem us from that? Because not only we have our, not only we are in CRB at 1.3 billion every day, we also have trillions of debts that they themselves have created. Is he offering a solution? How is he going to remove Kenya from that debt? Because they are part of the problem. When ODM and NASA team discussed about the Eurobond and how money was misappropriated, they say that this is an economic saboteur. So how do we then pay our debts? Or where are we going to get the money to pay the debt, the international debts, and then get the money to pay the debts for the CRP, whatever that Kenyans have engaged themselves in? So that is a blindfolding kind of approach to Kenyan economy. Somewhere they say every Kenyan child born has like 105, around 105,000 that he has to pay. So how are we going to get out of that hole that we dug ourselves into? Our economic discussion must range. In other words, I'm bringing this point out. Our economics discussion must canvas through all our challenges and how we are going to find a solution. But this, but the model in which UDA are presenting their economic solutions and policies is like community going to a doctor and he's sick and he tells the doctor his problem, and he doesn't tell. The doctor sees his problem. This person is needs to be in an intensive care unit. Now, instead of administering everything that requires to the attention that someone needs to be given who is in that state, someone just does the symptomatic treatment and says that as long as I've treated the pain and everything, you will be okay. Symptomatic treatment can bring relief for a short period, but doesn't solve the problem. And that's why I've said that the 50 billion they are talking about can only solve a debt for the next 38 days. And then what next? So we need to broaden the conversation in terms of economy and tell Kenyans how we are going to open up, how are we going to create the 4 million jobs that they are discussing right now if we have failed to provide those other smaller jobs that we said about. Okay, Baba say he promised the students that he will give them opportunities outside. He will create 1,000 internship opportunities with the UN internationally. We hope he will manage that. Okay, that's a promise. That opportunity does not require much of investment from a dilapidated economy. It requires an international relationship, someone who has international relationship and who is able to co-work with other countries that are doing well to leverage us from our economic struggle. So my idea of my take on economy will not be simplistic and just saying that bottom up is just getting money and patia mama mboga, and then mama mboga will form circle, and then they will. It's not that cosmetic. It's not that simple. The fact that we walked into that sheet means we have to reconfigure even our thinking, even our character, our behavior. As long as we love putting hands in public cover, every other campaign model and promise is a hogwash. It's meant to hoodwink the public. It's meant to create votes, but it cannot achieve an economic revolution that Kenya needs. So we need someone who has a track record of reforms. UDA, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know any day, any time they participated or even seemed to suggest of reform agenda in this country. When we wanted to reform the old constitution, they opposed it. When we wanted to reform our security laws, they opposed it. When we wanted to reform and restructure our 2010 constitution so that it can accommodate some of the things that are able to create stimulus for our economy, they opposed it. Yet they are coming up with cosmetic solutions in terms of how we are going to create opportunities for Mama Mboka, and they find themselves thriving. Another thing I want to talk about is how do you talk about creating opportunities when you are literally alienating the people who already have the opportunities? When you think it's wrong to have the successful people like Mount Kenya Foundation, and you think those who have succeeded are the reason why the rest are poor, then you are only approaching this economic discussion with a victim mentality, such that the poor are poor because the rich are rich. You are not helping the poor to come up, but you are setting them against the rich. You are telling them the reason you are poor because someone in Karen took your money, because someone in Inoresho is sitting on your land. That is not the conversation for an economic growth. It is empowering people, is teaching them how do you fish, how do you make money, how do you move from one place to another, how do rich people make money? Are they telling us how the hustler who has never worked anywhere all of a sudden became rich? So that conversation must be there. So for us to believe that in the near future we are going to have an economic restructuring. Otherwise, it's a hogwash, and it's just noise that is meant to hoodwink the public to vote for them. Let me stop there. Where is the moderator?
Pursue this very noble cause for the soul of our nation. We must remember to inspire the whole to own a kiosk, and the gentleman who owns a kiosk to own a shop, and the one who owns a shop to own a mini market.
Okay. Yeah, that clip was someone was sharing that clip of what the DB was discussing, how people can grow from one level to another. Yeah. So who was next? WG.
I guess all of us, apart from, I've not heard, has Wilson's, Wilson, Sam, Beggy, those are the guys who've not spoken. RMJ also is the latest. Okay. So
Wilson has spoken, isn't it? So RMJ and John Adams.
John Adams spoke.
Okay, so let's have RMJ.
Sam Beggy.
Sam
Hello,
Beggy
guys.
not spoken.
Hello,
Hi,
guys.
RMJ.
Uko salama?
Yes.
Oh, good to hear. It's good to be in this house when we are having some sober-minded trying to discuss the economic models of these presidential candidates. I've been listening to a couple of the guys who have been giving their remarks regarding both models for the UDA team and from the ODM team as well. I think if I can start from the ODA team, they've got something which is so catchy, which is bottom up, and I can say why it's so catchy is because we human beings, when it comes to money is something which is so tempting. Everyone will run there once you tell them money. And if they know which kind of character of that person who is speaking in terms of giving out the money or trying to come with that economic model of bottom up by empowering, can say, okay, the Mkokoteni people, can say the Mama Mboga, just listen to the clip, the kioski, have kiosk and then end up all having a mini supermarket. You can see things like that. They're so catchy and so tempting, which is, I'm pretty sure many of our community in Africa, they are so tempted to hear those kind of things, and they love to go and try to do it. So I can see why this kind of model has come so popular. As I say, it's because of the way how people are so attracted to money And if we can see the guy himself is trying to practice now by ditching out the money to the people, that's why you can see why more people are so attracted to it. Right? But the question to ask ourselves is it that kind of model, is it sustainable? Is it something which can rely or we can take the nation from one stage to another stage? Those are the kind of a question which we have to come with. And another question which I'm pretty sure I haven't had anyone come with a strong or proper answer is, where is the money going to come from? The money is coming from now, I can see, it's coming from the pocket of the DP. But in terms of that model, when he comes to the power, where's the money going to come? If I go to Baba, ODM team, Baba has been preaching his policies in terms of economy. I think the way I see is something which is a long term, but is something which can lift any nation from one point to another point. And I can see trying to copy this kind of technique from different countries, which they used to be on the same league with probably Kenya, and try to deploy into Kenya. That's why I'm saying that we have to change our tactics. So the way to change our tactics is to empower our people. How to empower our people? That's why it comes with number one is education. Educate them. Okay? How can you educate them? So it means the government has to come with a solution of putting money into education. So any child from Kenya will be able to get a free education from primary up to university. So that is a big challenge for the government now to get where are they going to get the money to make sure that kind of policy like that is going to be able to achieve. So if you manage to educate your people, it means you prepared them well.
RMJ.
Yes.
RMJ. You are making a point that I want it to be more elaborate because it's a very valid point. Are you telling us that Baba is doing a benchmarking of his economic model, unless the other team who are not telling us where they're extracting their model and how it has worked elsewhere?
Okay, Baba, it has worked somewhere else. And that's why he's trying to bring it up to Kenya. That's why I'm going to come up on my final remarks, try to question both models, and then we see which one is sustainable for the nation. Are we together, Wekesa? Have I answered what your question or your doubts? Okay, that's good.
Yes, proceed.
So I was in the point of education. So if the country manages to empower its people in terms of education, so it can move to another section. You can't have a nation where people they have issue of malnutrition or they don't have good health. That's why you say we should have another. What do they call it? Is it health fund or health something like that to do with it, to look after the people? So everyone should be able to receive some health support. So that is another good point. So the challenge, as I say, we question ourselves: how is the Baba going to get the money? I'll come back to that point. So to have a good nation in terms of the education, to have the nation with a good health support system, which supports its people. After that, that's where we're gonna come down. You have managed to educate your people, okay, and you put them into different fields, as the way he says himself. In terms of if the people who specialize in farming, people specialize in terms of welding, they can have those kind of skills. So if the government will be able to inject money or to get funds from lenders in terms of doing different projects in terms of roads construction, so you're going to have enough people who have got skills to get jobs on those sections or on those sectors. So you can see now people will be able to get jobs. One of the areas. After that, people are not going to be able to get a job. But people have got good organized themselves, they're able to start their own business. Is to fund them, give them money from government system. So you have educated them, and then you're able to give them money. So they'll be able to look to open their businesses, run, as you say, run for 7 years without KRA coming knocking doors for Mapato. So you can see that's the kind of economic a nation needs, an economic which is something which is continuous. After empowering people in terms of giving them funds, that's where now everyone can have a chance putting money on putting food on the table. So that's where the section of those people from Mamamboga, everyone will be able to buy food from Mamamboga. So Mamamboga themselves as well will be able to empower because the number of the people who are able to get food, to get the money for the food has gone up. And on top of that, you don't have to leave anyone behind who can sleep without food. So it means it comes with a benefit for the people who can able to get even a single money to their monthly. So it means if you give them 6,000 monthly, that is the money into the economy as well. So wherever Mama Mboga or mtu wa kioski will be able to sell his or her product to the people, because people that got money, they are able now to buy things for their needs. Okay. So in terms of those kind of things, that the model of the economy is trying to bring up is something which has been done somewhere else, and he wants to bring to Kenya practice to Kenya. The only things I can see most of the time with we African countries is the failure in our system. We don't want to practice, we don't want to change, we don't want to practice things and put into practice. So I'm pretty much confident Baba probably will put a proper to make sure that the supporting agencies in terms of to make sure all these kind of is economy policies come to in practical, are well organized and well taken on. So in terms of the funding, that's where my question most of the time. Baba has already explained in terms of funding. He has been in power. He knows where to tackle the corruption, and he knows where to cut down the budget of different ministries to make sure that he'll be able to achieve certain economic policies is trying to preach it now. On the other side, I haven't had anyone coming forward to condemn corruption. So corruption is one of the main diseases in African countries. So if Baba will be able to tackle the corruption seriously, that's why he comes to call everyone. Let's unite ourselves first. Because once we unite ourselves, we can speak the same language in terms of politics, in terms of corruption. Because if we can't speak the same language in terms of corruption, every time when someone is trying to be targeted, we come off because this comes from our clan or comes from our tribe. That is wrong. That's why Baba wants everyone to be on board. So once we sit on the table, guys, how can we deal with this? This is the elephant in the room, corruption. So all the communities are there. Let's see how can we deal with it? Because if all the shareholders, the stakeholders are in the table and discussing, and then later on someone comes and go the other way with what we discuss and what we agree, we can see who is bringing Kenya down and who wants to take Kenya forward. I think that's my remarks, and they probably have managed to convince your doubts with case in terms of the things I was trying to table.
Thank you for your substantive contribution. Kuna mtu ako na swali ama we go to the next person? Let's have usema huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Alikuwa hapa before.
Yeah,
James. Ama alikuwa anaitwa nani?
James has been here, has spoken. There was this guy. Has he exited?
Adams.
No, Adams had spoken.
I'm still here.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think the other.
Maybe
the other
let's have Kipsang. Let's have Kipsang, then we can take the
and
second
there
round.
was community. Is community still around?
Community anakuja akidisappear. Anakuja akidisappear. What's happening community?
Oh, sorry,
happening?
Mr. Bernard, my network had a problem, yeah. But I'm back. Yes.
Is it stable now?
Yeah, it is stable now.
Okay, contribute before you drop off. Then we go to Kipsang. He has just ended. Okay.
Yeah, in fact, before I contribute, I want to ask Mr. RMJ, because he's from Tanzania. There is this quote when the late, I always call him King John Pombe Magufuli, when he came into power in 2016, there is this quote which he instituted, which was basically dealing with the corrupt elements within the Republic of Tanzania. Did it achieve its goal, or it is that quote failed the Tanzanian people in terms of dealing with the corruption? After he finishes, then I will give my contribution.
I'm not sure in terms of the quote you're trying to bring forward, but say in terms of the corruption during the late Magufuli time, yeah, the guy managed to tackle the corruption in the country. I think in a simple way, I would like to say why he managed to achieve is the guy had a good intention of the country, but he had a wrong approaches. That's the way I saw myself. For me, he had a good intention of the country, but his approaches, they are wrong. Because when you come in terms of corruption, you don't get into power and they only to stamping heads on the rich people. So you bring that kind of fear to the business people. So probably should have found a proper way of tackling it. You know, to bring everyone on board, probably should have a good continuation of tackling tackling corruption. But if you're targeting certain individuals and bringing that kind of fear, that's the only things which I didn't see as a good picture. Because in terms of corruption, as I said, even in Kenya, you need everyone to be on board. It's not only one person. It's not one person's job, because it's the chain. So try to bring everyone on board and find a way how we'll be able to tackle as a leader, but not trying to bring fear in terms of people. That's the only things I would like to say.
Community, are you answered? Ama amepotea tena?
Looks he's gone quiet again.
Wekesa, kindly to RMG. Mwamburi.
Oh, uliza. Kama community pata.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, RMG. In fact, RMG ametu explainia systematically. In fact, I'm now I have seen something, and all Kenyans, in fact, we have to congratulate the man the way he has put it. Na tumeelewa kabisa. That's how Baba is doing. So you can see the difference between Baba and so Ruto is Baba is trying to bring people together. And that is the difference between Ruto and Baba. He's bringing every tribe on board. It does not matter where you come from, and that's in fact when you will start to remove this disease of corruption. Thank you, RMJ. In fact, nimefurahia sana. That is a very good nini. Nimefurahia, asante.
Community, make your contribution before you disappear. I realize you are coming on and off.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Themba, yeah, Mr. Bernard, and Mr. Wekeza. In fact, yeah, today the topic is very good in terms of how Raila Amolo Odinga or perhaps William Samoei Ruto, for those who advocate for for William Samoei Ruto policies in terms of economic and the fight against this pandemic, which we call corruption. But perhaps if you can allow me to go a little bit behind and touch on what you said, that Raila Amolo Odinga, in terms of his economic maybe model and what have you, is saying that he is going to get money after cutting maybe ministries 25%. In fact, yeah, I always look at the wastages in terms of these government offices. The money which is wasted in terms of maybe tea, in terms of buying biscuits, it is huge chunks of money. So if Baba at all is going to initiate that 25%, in fact, he is going to get a lot of money so that he can be able to spearhead his this 6,000 shillings which he has promised to those people who don't have any means of getting income within the family sphere. And also Baba, in fact, he has told us that he is going to fight or he is going to wage war on corruption. In fact, yeah, Kenya, in fact, we are losing a lot of money in terms of corruption, because in fact it is almost a third of our budget, because 700 billion it is a lot of money. So, and the sad thing is that in fact with the bottom up model which William Samoei Ruto is advocating for, and this bottom up model, in fact, it is, in short, it is called a devolution, because when Uhuru and Ruto came into power, we thought that they were in 2013 they were going to bring into life this bottom up model, whereby in fact when national government sends money to the bottom of the pyramid, in fact what William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in order for this bottom up model to help Kenyans, in fact they could have ensured that this money goes into ward level, but for them, in fact, they just left. Somebody mute, please. Is it Mr. Mwamburi? Yeah, Mr. Mwamburi, mute.
I'm on the mute. I'm on the mute.
yeah, then maybe Francis Ochieng. Yeah, thank you so much. So in fact, it is very sad that when money trickle down to the bottom of the pyramid, imagine this idiot gluttonous people, they follow that money into world level. It is something which really dishearten my heart, because if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto, in fact, were having us Kenyans in their heart, they could have ensured that once money has been sent into count level, then perhaps into world level, that money remains there so that it can circulate and help in terms of broadening what we call economy, so that more taxes can be able to be collected. But now, once they send money into count level, let's say if they send to counties every financial year, 300 and let's say 387 billion, the small amount which is left in central bank or at the national government, they just leave it under the masses of these corrupt elements. So these corrupt elements, what they usually do, they just eat that little money, and then once they realize that things are hot, because maybe we will be able to, once we see things are not going well, we will ask Kenya. In fact, we have a lot of a lot of things which help us to spearhead our development. Now, once we raise that complaint, you see these very leaders, they impose tax heavily on us so that they can be able to recover that money which was looted. So in fact, William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in their failing to tame this dragon which we call corruption, they have left us into the masses of God, and which is something in fact which is something dangerous. But I know, as I'm just hearing Raila Amolo Odinga every now and then stressing that he's going to deal with corruption, I'm telling you, Baba, being the father of revolution, is going to ensure that all goes well, and then maybe as from 2023, 2024, everybody will be singing hallelujah and praising our God, that truly this is the leader we have been lacking. I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Wekesa, and my fellow panelists. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. Let's now have Kipsang. Ama ameponyoka. Okay. So let's move with Francis. Ama kuna mtu nimeruka hapo juu.
I saw a hand of James.
I see James raising hand.
Yeah, James.
Yes. One thing we should also ask ourselves is what is these economic policies? A definition that is simple is that this is a course of action that is intended to influence or control the behavior of the economy. And this comes through government budgeting and spending, taxation, distribution of income between the rich and the poor, supply of money in the economy, issues of interest rate and labor market, and also ownership of properties. Now, the purposes of all these is one, to economic growth, which has something to do with the incomes increasing, and full employment. That means anybody willing to work can get work to do, and price stabilization. That means the inflation is well catered for. So when you look at that description, and you go then to the issue of bottom up that is now fronted by the deputy president, yes, is trying to distribute wealth between the rich and the poor. Yes, he is talking of increasing income for the poor, for the rural earning people. Yes, he's talking of taxation, increasing the tax base by taxing these people once they start businesses or they expand their businesses. But the problem is, where is the price stabilization? How sustainable is this system of his? How does it take care of the competition issue? When you have a situation where many people enter into the same business, like Mama Mboga, every woman will be rushing to get that money to go to the market and sell bogas. Every young man who is leaving standard 8 or Form 4 will be rushing to get a motorbike to start the same business. Now, so when you look at that, you see that the approach that he has taken is a very wrong one. And it is wrong because when you look at what Kibaki did, it is growing the middle class by, one, government stopping to borrow from the local banks, and therefore not crowding out the individual and corporate bodies that would wish to expand or start business. So you find there are lower interest rates, and therefore those who wish to do business can walk into the bank and get the money that they want and do their business. So when you
Okay,
look
James,
also,
even as you give the details,
yes,
James, even as you give those details, you know,
yes,
CS Munya asked David President a very simple question.
Yes.
Where has he been all these 9 years? Is he waking up today and seeing that Mama Mbogas are there, or was it Wanduthi, and then is he right now seeing that these people are youth and whatever need the circles? Why has he not implemented? You know, sometimes we are giving flesh to things that the same people have been there, but they have not demonstrated.
No, what I'm trying to do here. Okay, that is, those are legitimate questions. What I'm trying to show you here is to price open the suggestions that is made and how inadequate they are. The intentions politically, they may look good, like boosting incomes for the raw income earners, and offering more people opportunities to do business. But when you look at the context within how this comes in, you find that it does not gel very well with how the economy works, because there are issues of price stabilization and competition below there, and also marketing. Who are the buyers? Who will go for these services and products? That is what I'm trying to bring out. So when you also look the RAILA backed by Kenya,
James,
yes.
There's a statement that you keep repeating, and you've emphasized on it many times, and probably at this point, we want to highlight it. You said that whatever the deputy president says looks good.
Yes.
And you said that it sounds popular at the moment.
Yes.
Now, that statement alone is very heavy and is very, in my view, has very serious implications in terms of the voting pattern and the voter behavior of not only Africa, but a Kenyan voter.
Now,
on a platform like this, we can interrogate. But if
that is okay.
But if you can study the voter behavior, the mobilization is around what is perceived as good and what is perceived as popular. Don't you think, therefore, the deputy president seemed to have mastered the voter behavior?
That is where I was coming in. It is that this is a man who has mastered what is required, but what he is offering does not tie in very well within the context of the economy that he is proposing. And what he's done is that the intentions look good on the spur of the moment, and could be very popular and populist, but the reality is that they are unworkable when you look at them in a deeper sense. Because when you look at what I said before, is that the economic policies should more or less deal with issues of taxation, distribution of wealth between the rich and the poor, and looking at issues of labor. So this is a person who has cleverly come up with a vote harvesting gimmick that is not is half truth. It's actually can amount to a propaganda kind of thing, a mixture. Yes.
And that's politics, because that is politics. Politics is about votes. Politics is about getting the numbers. Politics is about getting people to vote. And there's a Japanese professor who wrote and said that in politics,
to this very noble cause for the soul of our nation, we must remember to inspire the hawker to own a kiosk, and the gentleman who owns the kiosk to own a shop, and the one who owns a shop to own a mini market, the one who owns a mini market to own a supermarket and a wholesale. We must remember to inspire the person who walks to buy a bicycle, and the one who rides a bicycle to buy a boda, and the boda guy to buy a tuk-tuk, and the tuk-tuk gentleman to buy a second-hand vehicle, and the one of the second-hand vehicle to buy a new car. That we must. Because as we've been told by the Speaker, this nation does not belong to the elite alone. It belongs to 45 million Kenyans.
That is fine. I've heard what he said. In fact, he is very much within his statement so far is okay. The only problem is that the approach that he is giving of handing in handouts into down ones does not gel very well with a sustainable economic system, because the sustainable economic system is whereby you bring down the interest rates, free up the money locally for those who wish to do business, and that now gels very well with the whole ecosystem of the economy, where issues of money supply, monies of interest rates, monies of all those systems. Economy it works like it's a big machine, and if you destabilize certain aspects of it, then the whole thing crumbles. The approach that was used by Kibaki is to allow banks, local banks, to lend to individuals and corporates by withdrawing from borrowing heavily from the local banks. And therefore, the businessman who wish to expand business or even start business, you walk into a bank and you borrow. That way, what you are doing is that what you are doing is connected directly with the whole ecosystem of the economy. But the model that Deputy President is suggesting, where you go and get money from the treasury and then hand it over downwards to the rural areas or slums or wherever for people to start business, does not make economic sense in the first place, because one, it overlooks quite a number of things. First of all, who told him that all these people wanted to do business? Number two, business is not done by everybody. Every business has its own risks. So when you see somebody who has taken the courage to walk into a bank to take a loan, it means that that person is very well psychologically, physically, and mentally, and maybe even skill-wise, prepared to go the full hog in terms of business. But when you give capital, seed money in form of handouts, you are setting up the country for big failure. Number two, every business has its environment. You know the kind of businesses that our people keep. It is a kiosk, wines and spirits, border. So what happens when you have over supply of the same in an area, because everybody has got money to keep such business? And you know, the other problem we have in Kenya, there is very little business literacy. So you are going to find that situation happening, and then you see the whole system crumble. So what I'm saying here simply is that this is a man who wants to excite sections of the society with what looks like good intentions, but in reality, it is something that cannot stand the aspect of sustainability. Moving on to the other factor that I was to bring in is the RAILA-backed manufacturing and Buy Kenya. This is a more sustainable system in the sense that you go down there, encourage investors to bring in cottage industries, add value to mangoes, honey, sugar, or any other product. What you do there, you increase the national wealth, you increase national employment levels, you increase taxation regime, and is more sustainable because you go on encouraging more and more people to come in and supply. So it has what we call a ripple effect across the country or the region where such products are being grown. Now, there is one suggestion that RUTO made in one of his interviews, which I find perhaps could be good even for other presidential candidates if it were to be implemented. He suggested that the National Health Insurance Fund, as currently structured, seems to come heavily on the people who earn little. They are, if you go to their percentage of what they contribute against their salaries, they contribute more than those who earn more income. And therefore his suggestion was that the structure should be changed so that those who pay more, those who earn more, contribute more in relation to their incomes. What that does is that it mobilizes resources and makes NHIF more sustainable in terms of offering health to as many people as possible in the country, and also it mobilizes resources that can be used in other areas of the economy, and therefore it also brings it crosses the gap between the rich and the poor, which is one way of making the country move towards equity. So the two candidates have also suggested offering. Yes.
Kindly, of course, just there's something I wanted to remind you about NHIF. Yes. You have said.
Yes.
You know, as per now, we are being still deducted according to what you earn. If you earn more, you are being deducted more. So I don't think RUTO is talking that if you are going to earn more, it is already in the, it is in the system. If you earn more, you are being deducted more. Thank you.
Okay, let me clarify that. What he meant is that if you go to somebody earning 500,000, you are going to find that the amount that is giving to NHIF is very little in regard to the amount of money that he is earning as salary. And you go to a person who is earning 40,000, you find if you take it as a percentage, you find that the percentage that the 40,000 person is paying as a percentage more to the NHIF. That is what he meant, and I think he is correct on that one. Okay. The two candidates have also said that they will.
Kindly James, kindly please.
Yes.
And there is something. Okay, I'm not against it, but
yes.
Remember this. NHIF is a must when you are employed. And remember, there are those people who still have another insurance, maybe like AA. What is paying for it? You see, maybe the government come with another policy. If you pay NHIF and they are going to deduct you more, You go the hospital of your choice. Maybe that is my
Okay,
thinking. Maybe
you know the issue here. I first of all, I don't support RUTO. That I've made public. But when somebody makes a suggestion that could improve a situation, I think it is not right to rubbish it. I think he had a point and he demonstrated it. It's only that I can't demonstrate it here. He demonstrated it very clearly that you can imagine somebody earning 500,000 and we say that maybe 10% is what you pay to NHIF. Is that what they pay today? So those are the issues. These are policy issues that can be improved from time to time so that those who earn more also pay more and cover more poor people who may not be able to have as much money to get health in, to get health. And in any case, I qualified this by saying that mostly these are the people who may resist because some of them are domiciled in parliament. So how he's going to do it is a political issue, and that is where we are now. Okay. The other thing that I have noted with the two candidates is that they have suggested on offering agricultural subsidies to farmers. Baba saying that this is what is done across the world. Ruto has said that this is what he will do and has done in the past. And there is nothing wrong with this. In fact, this is more sustainable way of assisting the poor farmers than giving handouts, where you subsidize through policy, you subsidize quality seeds and fertilizers, so that the farmers can increase production. Increase of production means perhaps more jobs, though temporary. They mean maybe more taxation and more national wealth. So, having looked at those two suggestions, I think the two candidates are spot on in matters of subsidizing the agricultural sector. The only other thing here is that our agriculture sector should move towards value addition, where we now have cottage industries that will now tap the youthful population, who now, as we move towards industrialization, where we will have products packed well and being marketed locally and internationally. That is one way of increasing jobs, increasing taxation, and increasing national wealth.
James.
Yes.
Our moderators have left, and you need to summarize now.
Okay.
You're going on and on.
Okay, let me make a summary. My summary now goes to the elephant in the room: corruption. There are stories that some investors, local investors, have tried to put up manufacturing farms and have found it difficult because of corruption in regulatory bodies like KEPS, like Health, KRA, NEMA, and therefore they have abandoned those ideas or relocated to other other countries that are regional. That needs to be checked. There has also been the issue of international investors who have tried to enter into our market and come to manufacture things here. There have been demands for them to cede percentages of the ownership of the enterprise, and sometimes bribes so that they can be around to set up. I think these are areas that should be dealt with. And that is where now maybe we ask ourselves, in whose hands are we safe? Thank you. Take it up.
Wekesa, Bernard, you're back.
Yes, for signature purposes, yes.
Okay, we are closing. Who is this? Mamburi. Mamburi, give your closing remarks.
Just a moment. Closing too early. There are some things that are to play out. Let me see if we get them. Aha.
For our country. And what we should do, all of us, responding to the call of our president, that we must rid ourselves, our government, our institutions, and our nation of theft and wastage and corruption. It is a good moment. It's a good subject for us to engage in. And theft and corruption is bad in any language. I will tell you from my mother tongue. It is said, Ngom jorindet, kotabne kinindet. It means the following, that a thief may be intelligent, but not more than the investigator. And I think it is an encouragement to our investigative authorities that it is long held that the job that you do is possible. And as we've said as a nation, you have our support as you help us deal with the challenge that we have. In any case, Exodus 20:15, the Ten Commandments, says, do not steal. It's as straight as that. Do not steal. Therefore, we are perfectly, not just as a nation, but it is also a spiritual fight. And as we do that, we must remember Exodus 20:16, the following verse, which says, do not bear false testimony. The president and I were once victims of schemes and machinations and false testimony. It took the hand of God and prayer for us to get out. And we do not want any Kenyan to suffer such again.
Bernard. Bernard, unmute.
Allies want the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to keep off corruption investigations and instead focus on petty crimes. The over 15 MPs said the DCI had become biased in the fight against corruption, while at the same time saying it was not the institution's mandate to investigate corruption-related matters. NTV's Kennedy Muredi with the details of what is turning out to be the war waged on the war on graft.
The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has become a punching bag for politicians, especially those from the Deputy President's camp, as they insist it has become a political tool only best for settling political scores. Today in Kericho, Deputy President William Ruto led a battalion of politicians from the Rift Valley who had trained their guns on the Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti.
Watu wa kora waende watumie ofisi ya DCI kuendesha porojo na propaganda inayolenga kuhujumu na kusabotage programs ya serikali ya dams na programs zingine kwa malengo ya kisiasa.
We have no more confidence with the office of DCI. We want all matters investigation pertaining corruption to be taken back to EACC because it is an independent, objective body.
Na tunataka kumwambia DCI aendelee kupigana na wakora, wale wanaiba pesa kule bank, wale wanafanya cattle rustling na wale waizi ndogo ndogo.
Jukumu ya DCI ni kupambana na wale wakora, wale pickpockets wako town.
If criminals are in the forefront of the
need more exhibit. Are we making headway in the war against corruption, or corruption is just a language we use to make statements on the podium?
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Hey, money. Hey. Sasa, in fact, William Samoei Ruto atawahi okoa kweli hii nchi yetu na fight against corruption to pasta kweli? I doubt, man. Kwa sasa, in fact, I've really listened about ile statement ya kwanza. Kwa alisema kuwa hizi agencies ambazo zina fight corruption, mtu yote asije akafanya nini, akaziingilia. Sasa hebu niambie, wakati sasa hizo agencies kama sasa Director of Criminal Investigation EACC, wakati wanakujia au watu wenye wamenyakua mali yetu, ndio unaona William Samoei Ruto anakuja guns blazing akisema kuwa DCI inafaa angalia mambo ya mikora, wale wenye wanaiba ama pickpocketers, cattle rustlers. And in fact, this is the gentleman eti wa Kenya tunasema kuwa tutamwamini na pesa zetu. Uongo mbaya. I finish.
Halo, bana, Mwamburi.
Others, they should work with us to make sure that we eliminate corruption in the executive, in the legislature, in the judiciary, and in every part of our public life as Kenyans, instead of pointing fingers at others. Hiyo ndio msimamo yetu. Na mimi nataka niwaambie wote ambao wanahusika na matumizi ya pesa ya umma
wajue ya kwamba watawajibika. Tumesema ya kwamba wale wote ambao wanahusika, all the institutions responsible for governance, Auditor General, Ethics and Anti-Corruption, members, all the oversight bodies in Parliament, in the judiciary, they are independent and they should discharge their mandate.
Yes, Mwamburi. Mwamburi ulimezwa?
Nawapata. Mmenipata?
Ebu rudia, ulikuwa umesema vipi? Tulikuwa tunasikiliza Deputy President.
Mwanipata bana?
Kabisa, endelea.
Hassan, kuna clip ambayo ulicheza mwanzo kwa ya pili nafikiri. Deputy President ya mwanzo alikuwa anasema kwanza kuna ile msemo ameongea kikwao, kisha akasema yule mwizi lazima ni mtu intelligence. You know, huyu jamaa anajua ni nini anafanya. Manake anajua akipora yuko sharp kupora, yuko sawa. Kisha anaambia hao wakina Kinuti waje wachu. Alafu kuna clip ambapo tena umecheza hapo wakina Murkomen. Yani wale watu basi walikuwa nasisimuka kweli, ambapo ni kama kuliguzwa mahali kwa pesa. Ile corruption sasa haziji tena, zimefungwa. Nakwambia pale ungekuwa kwa ile board ya mnakwambia ungeona tamtema kuni. Ambapo unajua nafikiri hiyo clip ilichezwa, walianza wakati nafikiri ile damu Roland Morel damu, wakati zile hela zilisimamishwa. Kisha Deputy President anasema hela ambazo zimepotea ni kidogo sana, bilioni 7. Ndugu yangu, bilioni 7, hizo bilioni 7 ndio sasa Raila anataka naongeze zingine zenye watakuwa wameiba. Sasa aanze kulipa wale wananchi ambao hawajiwezi, hata ile familia haijiwezi kabisa ikawapea ile 6,000. Sasa tunaanza na hizo bilioni 7 zenye anasema ni pesa kidogo sana. Second, Deputy President, in fact I could have ningependa sana wananchi vitu kama hizi, wananchi mahali popote alipo kama sasa hivi, this is the thing they should be watching for sure. In fact, then they compare which country do we want. Tunachagua kiongozi ambaye yuko yani yuko kivipi yani. Unajua hiyo vitu umezicheza zimeniuma sana. Manake mimi ambapo nikisikia ati mtu anasema si kwa ubaya na si kwa ubaya, sawa, yuko na wafuasi wake, lakini ndugu yangu, huyu mtu ana nia nzuri na sisi. Kwa nini nasema ana nia nzuri? We angalia devolution. This person economically alikataa tusiwe na new constitution. Na who pushed this new constitution? Raila Amolo Odinga. Right now, Ruto akona uhuru wa kusimama na he can't be sacked kama kitambo through this new constitution yenye alikuwa alikataa. You see, in fact Kenyans, we should see, we have to just remind ourselves, we are dealing with this, which kind of people here? These contestants, presidential contestants, which kind of people? Nani ameonyesha nia nzuri? Raila Amolo Odinga has a very, yani akona nia njema kwetu. Ashaonyesha nia njema kwa kutupa new constitution. Hata kama si yeye mwenyewe, lakini is the one who was championing for it. Sasa saizi hata ukiuliza mwananchi wowote, hata ambapo hawa panelists mwenye mmekaa pale kwenye mko saizi, kama tungekuwa na new constitution saizi, pesa angalau tunaona vitu vyafanyika kule nyumbani zafanyika. What about kama tungekuwa na new constitution, pesa zingekuwa kule Nairobi, na kule Nairobi ndio unaenda unaajiriwa nini, ungekuwa vipi saizi? And that is the scenario saizi. Sasa hiyo wakati kama ndio tungekata ile new constitution alafu tupe Ruto kama president,
Mwamburi,
tungekuwa wapi sahihi?
Mwamburi.
Nakupata. Yes.
Bernard
Tends
bana
to stay
ukiweka
true to his stand,
bana.
a stand that has seen him rock the boat that is the coalition government from within by moving to suspend 2 ministers, a decision that was disregarded by the president. The prime minister insists he was right.
The war against corruption must be personalized. You must be able to identify an individual, because corruption is committed by individual people.
This is the most clear reply by the Prime Minister to the President, who chided him during the opening of the 4th session of the 10th Parliament, asserting that the fight against corruption was not to be personalized or politicized.
We must also not politicize or personalize the fight against corruption.
Even if they are politicians and you point them out, you're not politicizing it. You are fighting against corruption.
To start off, the Prime Minister also pointing out that there was urgent need to tackle negative ethnicity that he said was used as cover by the elite to mask their corrupt deeds.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Tafadhali, next time mkitaka kuweka picha natuambia subiri kidogo. Unajua mtu anazungumza alafu tunaona picha imekuja, sasa hata ina interfere na train of thought.
Pole.
Lakini nataka kumwambia Mwamburi
yes,
ya kwamba ndio kuna sehemu nzuri ya Constitution 2010. Yani the provisions are good, but its maximum benefit is yet to be achieved, because the Constitution 2010 vile ilikuwa imeleta devolution, some of the things that were devolved also ni behaviors za the previous regime, and those people who are still having hang-ups of the previous current regime and the regimes that are passed back. So nakuta some of the people who went to be governors were some of the people who are in government in the previous years. So walipo devolution ilipokuja waka devolve pia ile corruption. That's why right now you find someone like Ken Lusaka in Bungoma County alienda akanunua what he called, we haven't started hearing of wheelbarrows right now. Alienda akanunua non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows, akazinunua at 120,000 each. So what was devolved, they actually devolved the same mentality ya corruption. Right now in Migori County, Governor Bado is in court for corruption, and many other governors that are gone because of corruption. So we are yet to experience the full benefits of the Constitution 2010. It's going to take time. The other day when we were celebrating the 10 years after the 2010, we picked some of the gains and misses in its implementation. So we want to appreciate. Wamburi amesema ati saizi kuna pesa kwa nini? It's not yet that felt by the mwananchi. Apart from some counties where their governors have tried, like Makueni County, I think also Kitui County, they have tried to start some economic activity in those particular counties. In most counties, all we have had is corruption after another. We have heard that they are complaining about money that has not been given to the counties. They haven't appreciated the real idea. I mean, it is yet to sink completely to the ground that the intended purpose of Constitution 2010 was also to empower and enable those counties to be productive and concentrate on what is it that those counties have as an economic. What is the political economy of that particular county? For example, if you go to Kisumu, Kisumu County, or the other counties around the Lake Victoria, the blue economy. What are some of the cash crops that they can invest in so that people there can start producing, developing industries that add value to the raw materials so that they can sell to others? What are the economic activities within probably the political economy of all the counties? Because you'll realize counties have strong areas in different areas. So Mwamburi has said something there that I thought is important for me to note, ya kwamba we are yet to really appreciate the real benefits of the constitution, as it were. I wish also to say something, Bernard, on the clips you played. The last clip ambao umecheza hapo, it is saying that deputy president is saying that those are independent institutions like the DCI and all that. But I wish you played another clip where he is telling people that he has said in that clip that judges and DCI and all those are independent institutions, should be left to operate by their own. But there's a particular promise he's giving to his people that the UDA government is going to ensure that the judges, the DCI and all, they have very clean people in those institutions. So at one point he said these are independent institutions that should be left to practice by themselves. But on another, he's saying they are going to actually interfere with those institutions to decide which judge gets where and which DCI officer or whoever, those generally saying is going to interfere with those independent institutions.
I may not be able to get that in time, but William Ruto, we should get used to him in the sense that he's one man who is not committed to the constitution or the independence of various various sectors in the governance system. The best video revealing William Ruto is what Isaac Ruto gave about who are look at the friends, the closest friends of Ruto, and you will know who Ruto is. And they say his best friend is Museveni, and said that the same way you see Museveni dealing with Besigye and the other opposition leaders, he said that is William Ruto for you. And from all indications and his behavior, we cannot rule that out as much as we would want to give him a benefit of doubt. Him being the decision maker, the alpha and the omega, the driver of the country, and taking it whenever he wants to take it, no matter who feels what, that is his system of governance. All this manner of consultations, like I've asked here, who did William Ruto ever ask, do you want me to be president? He just woke up and said he wants to be president. And then he gets a party, then he declares himself party leader, and then he says other seats are subject for nomination, but this one is already reserved for me. So that to me already paints him as a dictator that he is, and he's ready to dictate everything from the Chief Justice to the sweeper. Everything will be decided at State House. And if we want Kanu back, then let's make Ruto president. That will get the whole Kanu together. Number two, about devolution. His greatest problem is devolution. The greatest problem for William Ruto is devolution. He doesn't want to share power with 5 people. Will he now share it with 78, with 47? No. So the next mission after he gets the presidency is to say the budget for the for the county government is too much. We are spending more on county governments and getting little. Let us close them. Just like Jomo did it in the 60s, Ruto will do it in the now. So we must watch out. And one of the reasons why we have not yet seen the fruits of devolution to the fullness is the political will. The people that have been in power never believed in devolution completely. They have been hoping for it to collapse. Now, they are even surprised that it has survived for 10 years. It was meant to collapse so that everything winds back to the old system. And these people with the old system mentality, they are the main problem. When we want to move the country to another level, they want the country back to where it used to be. Let's be honest on this one. We will never be able to function as a country until we let devolution work. Right now, we devolve one thing, then we attach strings on it. We devolve roads, we attach strings on it. We devolve health, then we attach strings on it. That some contracts will be decided at the national government, and some contracts will be decided at the county level. Why all that? So let us get somebody who really believes in devolution. And probably, now this is my opinion, look at the counties being led by governors who believe in devolution. They are doing very well. But these other governors that happen to be governors because it was a constitutional requirement, see the kind of red tape and the kind of frustrations that are being caused in those kind of counties. So we need to get a president that believes in devolution, that will implement the 2010 constitution to the fullness without all this control and, releasing things little by little. You devolve the workers, you withhold the services, you devolve the services, you withhold the workers. All this madness should come to an end. Let us make Kenya great. When Kenya is great, it will feed every Kenyan, it will support every Kenyan, and every Kenyan will be happy. Tuache hii maneno ya kutumia akili ndogo kuongoza watu wenye akili kubwa. If there is any Swahili like that one. Let the narrow-minded live their narrow life and leave Kenya to go where it is going. Not for somebody to tail us and curtail us and contain us into his limited insecurities of wanting to have his thumbs on everything to feel secure. Kenya can run by itself. It doesn't have to be run in a certain way to benefit or suit somebody's whatever pleasure. I believe I should end there. Yes, community.
Mwamburi, malizie kitu kidogo.
I am moja kwa moja dakika moja ili community aje, alafu David
dakika moja. Yeah, yule ndugu yangu alinirekebisha vizuri, aliongea vizuri. Okay, nilikuwa namaanisha kwamba ukitofautisha baba na Ruto, kwamba baba ana nia nzuri. Ndio devolution ijaleta ijakuja kikamilifu, lakini baba alizaa mtoto. Sasa vile alizaa mtoto akatupa, sasa wale alipea hawajamlea vizuri. Sasa ndio tunashukuru baba, sasa anakuja amlee yule mtoto mpaka awe mkubwa. Asante sana.
Yeah.
Okay, community.
Yeah, in fact, Mr. Bernard, ningependa hata mimi kusema kuwa juzi wakati tumekuwa tukilia kuwa PA system ya baba ilikuwa na shida, ilikuja ikarekebishwa. Sasa my proposal ni hii, cause Kenya sasa hivi yani sijui ningesema namna gani. By the way, kama kuna mtu yeyote ambaye astahili kabisa aone State House ni William Samoei Ruto. Because huyu William Samoei Ruto is not a liberator, is an oppressor. Reason being, angalia hizi clips zenye umepiga. Because Kenya sasa hivi, we are reeling on our knees due to corruption. Huyu William Samoei Ruto, he doesn't want to speak about ni njia gani atadeal na hii dragon ambayo tunaita corruption. Sasa hivi ndio tumejaribu kutafuta njia zenye huyu William Samoei Ruto ameinuka mysteriously mpaka amekuwa maybe a trillionaire. Tumeshindwa. Ni sababu gani? This guy, he might be smart. Our ministers wenye alichagua kwa ministries tofauti huenda ndiye ametumia kuiba our money. Sababu ukijaribu kutrace William Samoei Ruto na wizi, in fact hapatikani, but hii mali yenye ameaccumulate in a very short while, it is really shaking. Imetukuza roho zetu. So huyu William Samoei Ruto, mimi ile kitu ambacho ninaomba wa Kenya wala ambao mnanisikiza, William Samoei Ruto, hata kama ndio 2022 kuna wenye watampigia kura, kama atachukua uongozi kwa miaka 10 until 2032, tutaendelea kuzidi kulia. So kama clips kama hizi, inastahili baba atafute ile gari kubwa kama ile gari kubwa yenye amekuwa nayo Nyandarua. Hiyo gari iwekwe ile kitambaa ya kuonyesha kama sinema. Baba wakati anaenda kwa mikutano kubwa, kama sasa ile mkutano yenye amekuwa nao Kitale pale, gari inasetiwa pale, clip kama hii inapigwa, then kutoka hapo anauliza wa Kenya, chagua, either mumchague huyu ama mchague mwingine. Wa Kenya tuamue. Kwa sasa clips kama hizi si wa Kenya wote, in fact wanaweza come across into it. Hizi ni clips ambazo ziko na umuhimu, because Kenya, we are dying because of corruption. Lazima tuwe serious, na William Samoei Ruto hawezi akatuokoa, hawezi akatuliberate in terms of economy. Wacha ukweli usemwe, because William Samoei Ruto tangu aanze hizi kampeni zake kutoka 2018 mpaka wa leo, hebu niambie, hebu piga clip yote yenye William Samoei Ruto ametaja atafight corruption namna gani? Piga. Nothing. Because mimi nimekuwa nikimfuatilia. Our country needs a reboot. This dragon of corruption, hunger, education, blue economy, debt management, high taxation, health, unemployment amongst our youth, insecurity, cost of living. William Samoei Ruto hawezi akatuokoa. Hawezi akatuokoa. It is high time. It is high time. In fact, hata mimi ile kitu nashangaa na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta president, kama utapitia hii clip ama watu wako, you have failed us. Kama hakika unaweza fuatilia record za William Samoei Ruto vile ameaccumulate mali yake, weka bayana kwa Kenya tujue yule kama itapatikana he is clean, then kutoka hapo mimi nitampigia kura, but I doubt this man mwenye anahepa kutozungumzia corruption, he cannot help us as Kenyans, because ni ushuru yangu. That is why I'm crying. It is my taxation. Ndio inamweka pale. So kama amenifail, amefail wa Kenya. It is high time. In fact, sisi kama wa Kenya tutoke out of slumber. Tujue kuwa in 2022 kama William Samoei Ruto hataweka bayana jinsi atakavyo deal with corruption, then kutoka hapo in kwa ballot box tumkatae kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in David, then Benjamin. Tukianza kufungasha. David, vipi?
Poa sana, habari zenu hapo?
Fiti, karibu.
Okay, mi sina mengi ya kusema juu nimewasikia, nilikuwa nafuata huko kwa comments. Na nataka tu kusema, unajua Ruto akiongea ama Raila akiongea, kuna picture waga wanajaribu kucreate kwa mind ya mtu. Politicians wakitoa vision zao za country, kuna vile wewe pia una pick hizo vitu zenye wanasema, alafu unajaribu kuimagine msetu kimuelect country yetu itakuwa hivi. So Ruto akiongea ni tunaonanga country yetu ikiwaje kwa mkono zake, inakuwa progressive ama anaturudisha nyuma hata kushinda penye tunafaa kuenda. Juu unajua mimi sijaiona talent yote ya Ruto ya leadership. Mimi naonanga tu vitu anasema hata si vitu za kitambo, hata Moi yakuwa that backward, cause sasa hii bottom up inafanya Kenya ikuwe level gani? Let's say hii model yake imetumika, tutakuwa level ya country gani? Hakuna. So na hiyo ndio waga shida yangu na yeye, hayuko creative. Ukiangalia vitu zenye Uhuru ametengeneza, amepeleka Kenya in another level, ametuweka kwa kiwango ya countries zingine, kwanza Afrika. Ukiangalia vile amejenga vitu, tuko tu hapo nyuma ya Nigeria. So na nikiangalia mtu kama Ruto, vitu zenye anajaribu kuleta kwa Kenya ni vitu zingine zenye zifanyi country kwa progressive. So what I can say is that hana talent ya leadership. Yeye hata awache tu aenda afanye vitu zingine vile Makau Mutua alimwambia. Kitu ingine ningesema ni kwamba Wakenya wakuwe careful na yeye. Unajua ana take advantage because anajua watu wengi hawako informed, alafu anachukua advantage ya young people wenye hawajui history of our country kabisa. Hao ndio watu wamejaa mkutano yake, na hao ndio watu unashtuka kwa FB wanatusiana. Unakuta mtoto mdogo, mtu anakutusi, ukienda kwa profile yake uangalie, ni mtu mdogo. Kwanza hata vile amevaa, ye mwenyewe anakaa mtu wa njaa, until you just wonder, kwani mtu amepata courage ya kuongea hivi? So watu wanafaa kuwa careful na yeye sana. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi naweza sema.
Okay, thank you David. Let's hear from Benjamin. Hey, na hiyo black screen vane. Watu wamejificha nyuma ya curtain, mnalala? Benjamin, are you there? Okay, Absalom, karibu.
Mnanipata? Mnanipata?
Yes, Benjamin. Yes, Benjamin. Go ahead. Benja, si uongee. Okay, kama Benja akona shida ya net. Absalom? Temba, wewe maliza hii maneno.
Hello?
Give out some shout out. Tungatuke kesho ni ibada.
Yeah, naona watu wameenda kulala ili wajiandae kwa ajili ya ya ibada kesho. Alon Nyando, asante sana kwa ajili ya kuja. Jacqueline Radido, Ayecha Ann, Patrick Mushiri, Boniface Modhoka, Jaffa Mutanyi, Emmanuel Olele, Charles Ondemo, Dennis Ondieki na wengine wote ambao mliweza kuja, asanteni sana. Watu wa UDA leo ni kama walitoroka, lakini hatuna ubaya, tunashukuru mtupa nafasi ya kuweza kuelezea points ambazo zina labda ni nzuri na zingine labda zinatofautiana na zile ambazo mngeweza kusema, lakini hamna neno. Tunaendelea kujadili miswada yote ambayo tunaweza kupata, kama ni top bottom up, yote tunaweza kujadili, economy, behavior of politics and politicians, zote bora tunaweza kupashana. They say that if you keep talking, you learn. So if we keep listening to each other, we keep having the conversation, we learn from each other. And one day, maybe one thing, or in every debate, there's one or two things that you're able to make. And the intention is that at least you go away with something that you can use in helping you make the decision for 2022. It is important that someone said here that talk to someone at least to make that wise decision come 2022. At the end of the day, the voter are the ones who are going to give us the difference between the president and those who will be on the opposition, the minority side, according to our constitution right now. So vote wisely. Wako Banana.
Sorry, Mr. President. Okay. Inaonekana leo ni leo. Wacha tumalizie hapo. I want to appreciate all of you for making time. Let us pray as we close today. Thank you. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for the privilege to share our views on this platform. We thank you for allowing us to be here and be part and parcel of a great nation called Kenya. We commit this nation to you. We ask that you will care for this nation. You will watch over this nation. You will keep and protect this nation from every form of aggression, that you will stabilize this country and ensure that it will have a peaceful transition from one leadership to the next. We pray in the name of Jesus that all shall work together for good. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over this nation from the east to the west, from the north to the south. You alone be the one that keeps, preserves, and protects this nation. Led by your wisdom, this nation be led, this nation be governed, and this nation be developed. We give you thanks, we bless you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Sawa.
Amen. Thank
amen.
you.
Amen.
Amen.
I've heard what he said. In fact, he's very much within his statement so far.
Sorry, that is James. Mr. President, ulikuja kuchelewa, tumengatuka. Salimia wateja tukiondoka.
I was sorry, I was late, but I thank you for the discussion. The debate was so nice.
Thank you, thank you. Let's do this again later on in the day. So, utawai mapema leo. Okay, God bless you. See you in the day.